Okay, so we are online. Let me share my screen, screen number 1. Let's see if I can do that. Okay, can you see my screen? The opening.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Gil.
Okay, cool. So how do I work? I'll work it from here. So this was the previous name, Basic Cora Sequence Developers course. Now it's called Fundamentals course. But the main word here is developers. And I understand that most of you are part of the professional services development group. Correct me if I'm wrong. Anyone here from a different group? Okay,
No.
I'll take, yes?
No.
Okay, so everyone will be not, developing is not the correct, well, it is development, but it's more of implementing. So using Cora Sequence, using this software, this tool, and implement with it their required workflows for our customers. So it's developing or implementing with Cora Sequence. And let's see if I can. This was done. Okay, so so I'll talk a little bit about what is needed from you in the course. Where are we located inside of this giant called Genpact? What are the basic, let's call it buzzwords that we will keep repeating in the course? And last but not least, the agenda and the logistics, because we're going to be together for 5 days. So let's see how we get along. So the objectives of this course is to really understand what Cora Sequence is doing, how is it working, meet the two layers of Cora Sequence, or the two, let's call it simply sites, the back end, where you as professional services developers and implementers will be working most of the time. The administration side, where the workflows, which is the main building blocks of Cora Sequences, is being designed and created and configured. So that's the back end. That's where the fun part is taking place. And the front end, which is the user side, which is the site which the end users who are launching the Cora Sequence workflows or the Cora Sequence instances, what do they see from their point of view? So we will be mixing that. We will be developing on the admin side, and we will be testing the work over the front end, which is called flow time. So we will also get to know how to walk them. Okay, so we will take some time to get you introduced or get you familiarized and really feel comfortable in the back end and in the front end. There's a lots of moving parts inside, so we will be gradually going into that during the 5 days of the training. We will cover some I don't know if I can call it background, but a little bit of the realm of the actual administrators. We need to separate here between the users who are actually developing on Cora Sequence, which are creating and testing workflows, and the admin guys or girls that take care of the surroundings, of the users, of the security policies, allowing or denying certain users from reaching certain segments of the application. So we will also be looking at that to give you a perspective and get you familiarized with the concept and with the configurations. We'll talk about a little bit about the analytics features of Cora Sequence, how to graphically display what we gather from the data that we accumulate from running these workflows in a graphical way for different levels of users. And we will also touch another aspect of Cora Sequence, which is called a hot operation, which is more dedicated to how we use Cora Sequence to handle case management. We will meet the different hierarchy there, the different level of users, which all together can give us a complete picture of how to manage a massive amount of cases and tasks using Cora Sequence. So that's a little bit of the high level. We are going to develop with Cora Sequence, or most of the time we're going to implement with Cora Sequence. We're talking about visual programming here, so it's really the minimum of coding that needs to be done. Almost all 90, I think 95, 90, more than 95% of the course and the actual implementation with Cora Sequence is done with minimum coding. So using the UI and selecting options from the UI. We do, however, create forms, and we do sometimes need to get out of the box in terms of the properties we are using and the logic that we need to implement. So we will do some coding, some writing of JavaScript, looking at SQL tables, looking at stored procedures which are running on the SQL database, which is what Cora Sequence is built on. We've written here on the screen the basic technologies behind the scenes. Okay, starting from Microsoft .NET for the forms and the structure, C# language. You will see some HTML coding, but again, most of the programming is done using the UI. Okay, so don't be alarmed if we see some coding done. There is some coding work around here, but the product tries to keep it to the minimum. By the way, feel free to stop me at any point, ask questions if anything is unclear. If you need more information, I'm talking throughout the course, throughout the 5 days. We will be doing a lot of, you will be seeing what I'm creating, and then you will be creating it yourself. So we will take the time and make sure that everyone is aligned with the actual progress of the course. So really feel free, ask any questions that will help the team, it will help me, and it will help yourself for sure. Okay, I will go briefly over this part. Genpact, this, I don't know, I think 100,000 employees right now, or even more. It started, I think, with as a consulting services, providing the personnel and the knowledge more in terms of consultancy, and then behind the scenes operations of helping other companies. It gradually started to add solutions, digital solutions to its portfolio, acquiring companies, or acquiring pieces of the puzzle to create what is written here as Genpact Digital, which is where we are located. This is a family of products and services which together create this or help us achieve the goal of digital transformation. Okay, so we have Genpact, we have Genpact Digital, which is a division inside Genpact, and we are Cora Sequence, one of the components in the overall solution. We are located, where are we? I think we are over here, okay, in the part of the automation part of this whole digital transformation, and we provide the dynamic workflow. We provide the orchestration between, let's say, the moving parts of such a possible, how to call it, digital transformation solution. Okay, so there are a lot of moving parts around this solution. Components which are gathering information, analyzing information from one end, and from the other hand, creating actions or creating some kind of an output or an outcome for the processes. And we are there to provide the the orchestration level, putting it all together, putting all the components and putting all the steps of a certain transformation process in one on one canvas, and connecting the dots between the components. So that's really a high level for you and for me as well. When we talk about digitizing business processes or digitizing services, we're talking about a process which tends to be complex, and we try to make it easy and highly repeatable with a minimum, let's say, minimum mistakes or minimum downfalls as it goes along. So we have here a simple example of a process where a customer like myself, which ordered a few weeks ago or a few days ago a package actually of Indian soap called Medimix. Are you familiar with that, with Medimix?
No, I think.
One second, guys. We have some noise in the background. And now we don't. Okay, so Medimix is a Indian brand of soap and cosmetics. And I really like the scent of it. And I ordered a box of it from Amazon. So from the user perspective, you know, you go to a website, you search for the product you want, and you place the order. Of course, you provide the payment details, and with a few clicks, you are waiting for something to happen. behind the scenes, there's a lot of teams, divisions, people, and processes which are happening in order to connect the dots of this order and eventually end the process by me receiving the product. So we're talking about parts of the process which needs to take care of the actual product itself, whether it is actually available for my order, if it is available, where is it located, of course, taking care of all the payments issue, and then starting the process of delivering this package from the warehouse to the distribution center. If it is overseas, then of course it will have more and more steps along the way. So what seems transparent for me as the user, actually, if you or under the hood, there's a lot of individual teams and individual people who needs to make decisions and continue this process in the proper direction for it to reach the final destination, which is me, and thus ending this specific process. Now multiply that with tens of thousands of orders, and you get a system that might create problems because of the volume and because of the complexity, and B, needs to be somehow automated and do not rely on human activities. And this is basically what Cora sequence comes to solve. Okay, so we need to map business processes into workflows, into running workflows. As we do that, as we design it properly, we need to ensure that the process objectives are achieved by implementing SLAs. I'm talking about time-based SLAs and automatic decisions which the system makes for us in order to speed up the process and make sure that the right team or the right person is only receiving what he needs to see, and only doing what he needs to do. And along the way, as we accumulate more and more processes, we should give the users the ability to manage and track the processes better. Bottom line, we need to we help organizations improve their productivity and reduce the cost along the way, freeing up time to provide more services or new services with the same people, with the same force of people. Okay, so this is what we are required to do. This is where Cora sequence comes to hand, and we basically need to, first of all, design the workflow, make sure it meets the customer objectives, and make sure it flows in the right direction at the right time. Okay, so this is a very basic diagram, but behind it is basically the main. I won't call it. Let's call it the main challenges of creating a good workflow is to know what is the content of each step, which is represented here by these shapes, and what is the direction of the workflow? What is the what process comes? Which process comes after which process? So the direction of the arrows here is very important. So we need to know what are we doing at each and every step of the way, and we need to know the actual road, or where is this workflow going, or how is it progressing in order to reach from the beginning, from the placement of the order to the actual delivery to the customer in the example that I started with. So it can be, we can have workflows in a lot of places. Genpact is working in many segments, in retail, in finance, in insurance, helping really big companies digitize and transform their business processes with various tools. Cora Sequence is, of course, one of them. But the common ground between all of these processes is the fact that each of these processes requires, I won't say a lot, but sometimes it's a lot, several steps along the way, and it is multiplied by really a very large amount of these processes happening. So we're talking about volume, and we're talking about complexity, which we need to tackle and resolve. Okay, so really big names like Walmart and Walgreens, these are retail companies which are using Genpact in order to control their operations. It is using Genpact tools behind the scenes to make these operations work, controlling invoices, tracking what exactly was delivered to each shop. If something was missing in the invoice, track what was missing in terms of quantity, in terms of payments. So imagine the volume of transactions which is made in a company like Walmart, even only in the United States. The amount of branches it has, and the amount of number of shipments and products which needs to be tracked behind the scenes. It is, it's like, I won't say shouting, but this situation really calls out for a system that will help control the volume and the complexity here. And this is one of the examples where Cora Sequence is running. A basic example, taking let's go a few steps backwards. Yeah. So this slide, which was a little bit high level, is translated here into an example of what the Cora Sequence workflow looks like. Okay, so first of all, between these naive circles here, start and end, there's a lot of design that went into work and actual implementation. Basically, on the left here, we have the part of the workflow or part of the process which relates to the input of the process. How do we start the process, or with what information are we starting the process? So we gather information from several entities from several locations, like an email or a chat activity. We gather all that information, and then based on the content of the information, we decide how to continue. In this case, it's called raise a dispute. We have a, could be a question that is coming, could be a request for support, a request for some kind of a product, a question that needs to be answered. And then it starts walking the path, treating this request or treating this input. There will be several teams here or several divisions here. We might need to get out and retrieve information from an external system. Okay, for example, if a person is requesting another mortgage for his house, we might need to contact a different database in our organization to retrieve historical information about this person, or retrieve the financial status of this person, and so on. So this is one of the main aspects of Cora Sequence, is the integration with external services, either listening to external services or providing input to external services, but we will see that as we go along. How does Cora Sequence integrate with the outside world? Eventually, after several steps here, we come to an output, or to a conclusion of the process, and we make sure that the originator of the process is getting notified. And if everything is settled, then we come to the red circle, which is the end of the process. And of course, take this picture and multiply it by thousands of these processes which are happening in the background. Okay, so we will be building a similar workflow like this. I'm talking about me and yourself. Let's see what else I have here. Okay, so that was the high-level introduction. I asked you before. No, I don't want to stop share, but what do I want to see? No, I want to touch it. So again, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same level. All of you are new joiners to Cora Sequence, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, and
yes, exactly.
Okay, and all of you will be getting your hands dirty with Cora Sequence implementation and development, right? As part of the professional services development team. I think I had one person here from support. Do we have anyone from support here or from QA? Okay. Okay, so we are all in the same level here, with which is starting fresh. Everyone is starting fresh. Cool. Okay, roughly the agenda of the course. We are now in day 1. Currently going over the introduction to BPM, Business Process Management, and Cora Sequence. We will see what we want to achieve at the end of the course, and then we will start building it as we go along to day 2, day 3, and 4, and even 5. So each one of, in each of these days, we will progress more and more with the, towards the final outcome, which is the A to Z working workflow. Okay, so you have that as well. A little bit of logistics. So internet access, I can see that all of you have. You will be working on the Cora sequence administration and flow time. I've sent you the URLs, and I'm not sure if I sent the usernames and passwords. Did I send that? Or do you have it, the username and password? I think some of you have. In any case, I'm going to put it in the chat, and we're going to distribute the user names between you, so you won't be using the same user ID.
I don't have user ID and password.
Okay, so I will publish it in the chat.
Okay, thank you.
Check that you can log in with your, yeah, that's good. And printed student guide. Well, I'm not going to provide a printed student guide, but I am going to distribute the PDF of the student guide. So basically all the material that we have, that we're going to cover in these 5 days is there in this fundamentals user guide, which I will be sharing with you as well. I think I missed something. No. Okay, so let's end this, and let's go. Let's stop sharing for a second. Let's see. This is not okay. 2, 4, 6. We're still 7 people. Okay. Let's talk about logistics a little bit. It is now 9 a.m. in Israel. It is 12 and 10 minutes in India, right?
It's 12:40.
Okay, which means, yeah, a little bit after 12 your time. We will be continuing until 6 p.m. your time. It might be that we will continue a little bit more each day, depending on the progress. But that's that will be the standard. So we'll start at 11:30 your time, and we finish at 6 p.m. your time. There's no point of continuing too many hours. 6.5 hours is in any case a lot of time, and I don't want you dreaming about Cora sequence when you go to sleep. So that will be the time frame. In terms of lunch, which is the main break, when do you want to take it? Now it's 12. Now it's 12 something. I was thinking of continuing now a little bit more and taking. You know what? Let's hear it from you. 1 p.m. your time or 1:30 p.m. your time for a lunch break. Is this because that's going to be the longer break? We will have shorter breaks along the day, but I want to block that time. So is 1 p.m. is 45 minutes from now. Is that okay for the rest of the week? If we break, yeah, if we break from 1, and I think a 45-minute break will be sufficient. The question is, do we take it from 1 p.m. or from 1:30 p.m.? Or we will be flexible.
1:30.
1:30.
1:30 is acceptable. Okay, so it means that we will start the day at 11:30. We'll run the course. We'll have a 10-15 minute break, and then continue it until lunch break. And then we'll have the lunch break. And then after that, if it's 1:30, then you come back at around 2:15. And until 6, we'll have at least 2 more breaks, so you won't pass out on me. Okay, so question is, can we, let's continue a little bit. Let's take care of logistics and make sure that everyone has access to the system. And after that, we'll take a short break and then continue with the first part. So I'm going to keep it simple. I have the list of participants here. So I'm going to, where do I put it? In the chat. Okay, so let me open my, I'm not sharing that. This is some, let's open the server list and I will copy this here. We have 9. Okay, Control C that. Let's make sure. Where did the chat disappear? Chat. Okay. Control V that and okay. Did you get what I published in the chat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so what we have in the chat is the usernames, okay, Cora Lab OP 1, 2, 3 until 9. And then we have 2 lines there, and then OP3R, that's the password for both sites, the admin and flow time. So I will be okay, minimize the chat like this. So, okay, so who currently I have, okay, so Amitesh, you will be a lab OP01. So I'm writing you down here. Amitesh is 01. And then we have Prashant, which will be
Gil.
0. Yeah.
Gil, I have already the account OP4. You have already shared with me last.
Okay.
Yeah,
so let's. Okay, so
you can assign
Amitesh,
me OP4. OP4. Yeah.
Okay, so Amitesh, you are OP1. Prashant,
Okay.
I'm writing you down in my list here as OP4. OP2, let's put Jagadish. Okay, so you will be OP2, Jagadish. OP3 will be Pallavi. Pallavi is OP3. OP4 we said Prashant. OP5 will be Parvin.
Okay.
Parvin
Gil, I
is
have problem. Actually, my system is not configured yet, so I could not continue today. So from tomorrow, maybe I will start.
Oh, so you're dropping out or what?
Not dropping out, but actually my system is not configured.
The system,
it
you
is
mean
on
what?
process.
The laptop or what?
Yeah, laptop.
Oh, okay. Well, you have the recording. You can stay if you want, of course, but you won't be able to practice. So up to you. I think it will be beneficial for you to stay, but again, as I said, this is a hands-on course, so you'll need to put your hands on something. Okay, Amitesh, Jagadish, Pallavi, Prashant.
Hey, Gil, I have also the username. It's OP3.
You are okay.
Vijayendra.
So that was Vijayendra, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm putting you in OP3 and Vijayendra. So Pallavi, you will be promoted to OP6. Okay.
Okay.
You've just been promoted from 3 to 6. Who else needs it? Let's see. Amitesh, you have it. Jagadish 02. Vijayendra 03, Prashant 04, Parveen 05, Pallavi 06, and last but not least, who's missing? Ratandeep, right?
Yes, I'm waiting.
You will be 07.
Okay.
Okay, so do you have the URLs to the system?
Yes, yeah.
All of you have the URLs to the system? Yeah, I think I sent it in the invite.
Yeah,
Yes, Gil.
Okay, so we are all aligned. I have 3 more users for future people, which should join eventually. Let me share my screen again. And we will start. This is, yeah, okay. Can you see my screen? Do you see the my Google Chrome?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so let me start by accessing the server. We are working on a machine called Cora Lab 02. I will be popping up the admin, and this is what you should see, all of you should see when you open the URL. Let me know if anyone is seeing something different or not seeing it at all. By the way, do you have only the laptop screen or do you have another screen at home? Or is it some like that and some don't? People, does anyone have a multiple screen at home, or are you all of you working with the laptop only?
With the laptop screen.
With the laptops.
Okay,
Only
which means that you will be seeing you'll be seeing what I'm doing, and then you'll have to swap to your screen. Okay, so it will take more time, but we have time, no worries.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the admin site where we, as developers, live most of the day. And I will also open the user side, which is the flow time. Okay, now depending on the configuration that was left for these users, you might see these 2 options, case management and task management. These are related to the hot operations part of Cora sequence. If not, don't be alarmed. We will get there eventually, but you should see the rest of the options here. First of all, the list of processes, the ability to see your task, to see your notifications, to track processes, and to see some analytics about your work. Okay, so make sure you have access to these 2 sites. And you'll see it's the only difference that we have here in the name of the server is, or the site is, this is pointing to the flow time, to the user side, and the admin is simply pointing to the admin side. Okay, so any questions so far? Everyone is aligned, right? Do let me know now if everyone is, if all of you can reach the site, because I don't want to start progressing with the workflow and start building it, and then like half an hour later, someone will pop up and say, look, I don't even have access, because we need to progress here as a team. Okay, so I will be building a part of the workflow, and then you will be doing that, and then I will be adding another part, and you will be doing that. So we have to be aligned here. So all of us should be at the same starting level. If the answer is yes, or if I get no comment from you, then I will. Yeah.
I'm unable to access.
Sorry.
I'm unable to access.
Unable to access anything.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you share your screen? I'm going to stop sharing. And I will ask you to share your screen and see what you are seeing.
Like I simply have put Cora lab, right? 02.
Ah, you mean the URL that you need to use?
Which URL that is shared in chat box?
Yeah, the URL, where was it? The URL was, you still see my screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the invitation, and these are the sites. I will publish them again in the chat. So this is the admin, and we have it here, and this is the, oh, you don't see my screen right now. Okay, Control C that, and Control D. Okay, so you have the
Yeah, thank you. Actually,
admin.
I have these URLs
Okay, so
because my mail is not working.
okay, well, that solved the problem. I understand. Let me go back to my screen sharing, and I want to be here. Okay, Pallavi, let me know that you have access, and we will continue. Anyone else has a problem accessing? This is the first step. If we have this step properly aligned, then we will have a good flow. Pallavi, did you manage to access?
Yeah, I'm doing. Like
You-
in user, in username, it is sequence Cora, and like I have lab OP6.
The
That is-
username is the complete complete phrase there
Which phrase?
that I sent in the chat. Where is it? It's over here. So it's a Cora / lab OP6 in your case.
My admin and flow time working both fine.
And password?
Password is the OP3R9. Copy that from the
Okay,
message.
okay, thank you.
All good?
Yep.
Okay. Can I continue? Pallavi, do you have it in front of you? Did you get access?
Yes.
Okay, so I think all of these users from 01 to 05 should see everything here, like I'm seeing. So we have the menu, the navigation menu on the left side of the screen I'm talking about the admin page.
Yes.
We have the administration options, and we have the workflows, which are currently, these are the current workflows on this system, on Cora Lab 02. We have here several workflows from me, from the other trainer, who's called Vic. And we have other folders here from other people who did the training. So there's quite a lot of workflows currently on the system. And in the middle of the screen, you have the not all of the admin options, but most of the general work that can be done here. So first of all, this is not the view that that you will be seeing, okay? Because in the training we want to expose as many features as possible. We granted all these users 01 to 07. We granted these users the role of a global admin, which means that he sees everything a developer should see, but also the parts which is related to administration, not necessarily to day-to-day developers' work. And what I mean by that is, first of all, let's see how we see that. Well, if we are all admins now, then let's see what we have here. I'm going to touch most of these components as we go along in these 5 days. But from the name in general, this is the area of the administrators. Okay, the developers who have access to the admin site as well, or doing administration roles. One of them is adding employees and taking care of employees. So if I go to organization settings and I go to employees, you have here the various people who are assigned as users in the system. And some of these users, okay, you recognize yourself, okay, operator 1, operator 2, and all the rest of the operators. And note that all of these operators are marked as global administrators. Okay, so all of us are global administrators, which means we can work on workflows, we can create workflows, and we can access other workflows and so on, but we can also do the administration jobs. If I will go now and let's pick number 3. Okay, Vijayendra, are you with us?
Yeah, again.
Okay, so if I take lab operator 3,
yeah,
and I will edit it, and I will remove global administrator from lab operator 3, and I will update it.
Okay.
And I will wait for an update approval. Okay, the details of the user were successfully updated. And I will stop sharing, and I will ask you, Vijayendra, to share your screen. Share your screen with us in Zoom.
Yeah.
Okay, can you refresh the page?
This is the admin.
Yeah,
right?
Click on the reload here. You reload this page, exactly.
Okay.
Now it is working in your lab 03, right? Okay,
Yeah.
now you are seeing something different. You don't have the administrator
Administrator
roles, and you actually you cannot even create a workflow. Okay,
Yeah.
because if you open the all workflows there, yeah, open that. Okay, so you only have one workflow which is available for you, probably because the person who created this workflow, service request Hanson, allowed operator 03 to see it.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the starting point. Okay, so stop sharing. Okay, before you do that, before you stop sharing, click on the Cora sequence icon on the left. Yeah, this will bring you to the main page. Okay, so this is what a person who's not a global administrator see. In order for you to start developing, I will ask you to stop sharing, and I will come back to my screen. And I will confirm that you can see, all of you can see my screen.
Yeah.
Okay, so just to confirm, I've changed lab operator 3, removed the global administrator from here, and if I want you to become a developer, I go to this developers tab here on the organization settings, and there's a limited list here. I will add lab operator 3 as a developer.
Okay.
There you are in the system. I will stop sharing and will ask you to share again and ask you to refresh.
Okay. I have
now you've been promoted. Okay, you have the ability to do development work. You can create a new workflow. You can import a workflow from a different server or from your laptop or wherever, whichever database we have it. You can access other workflows on the left. Okay, and you can create solutions, which is a component which will be introduced in when we introduce hot operations, but you don't have administrator roles.
Yeah.
Okay, so that this will be, I believe, this will be your access level as professionals. Yeah, you need to be able to create workflows, assign them to other people, and build them from scratch.
Okay.
Okay, so we looked at 3 levels here. We looked at the non-developer, which sees only workflows which has been granted to him. Okay, we have the developer, which is the level that you are now, which is the role that you currently have.
Yeah.
Which is a lot, but you cannot do administrator job. And we have the global admin, which is the highest level. Not so many people on the server will have global admin rules because you understand the power that you have here. You can stop sharing. I will return to my screen.
Okay.
Let me know that you can see my screen.
Yes.
Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to promote you again to a global admin. I will be editing lab operator 3, putting back you as a global admin. Once it is updated, you will be able to refresh and get back the admin roles. So there you have it. Okay, so 3 levels here. We will go even deeper into the roles and permissions that we can grant to people in the daily work. But for now, the focus is all of you are global admins. All of you can see and interact with the administration roles here. So please handle with care. Okay, if you saw the Spider-Man movies, you know that with great power comes great responsibility.
Yes.
You see how easy you can disable activities from other employees here simply by removing the global administrator from them.
Yeah.
But we do, for training purposes, want to expose the people to what is behind the scenes as well, so they can get the complete picture. Okay, so we will be creating workflows as administrators. I will go briefly on what we have here. So in the analytics, we can create dashboards. Okay, let's pick one. Maybe I have something here as well. Yeah, I have something here as well. Okay, so dashboard is the analytics part of Cora sequence, basically displaying the content of cases or processes in a graphical way. Let's do a preview and see that it can actually bring back actual activity. This, for example, we're going to build this window all together, so I'm not going to do some spoilers, but these are interactive dashboards that you can play with. You can access more information beneath it. So we will be building our dashboards as we go along. I think in day 4. I'm going to close it for now, but this is the analytics part. It's part of the administration because it's not the daily development work. Okay, this is how I can call it. Archiving is one of the new features of Cora sequence, the ability to connect to an external database and place archived information, archived tables in that location. So this is where we configure the rules that determine which tables we want to archive and so on. This is a little bit in the advanced mode. I don't want to indulge you with all of these details right now. We're still taking our baby steps here. Global settings. There's a lot of global settings here. Determining the integration configuration of Cora sequence with, first of all, external activities like listening and consuming web services, using REST services, listening to HTTP messages or requests from the outside world. So there's a lot of external connections that we need to keep in order to talk and communicate with external systems. So this is where we keep all that information. I won't go over each and every one of these, but we will be seeing some of these and see how they are updated as we create our workflows, because some of the components of your workflows can be used by other workflows. So if I, for example, need to create a lookup table and use it in my workflow, use it in my form as a table which provides options for the user to pick one of the options. For example, select from a list of products or from a list of users or workers and so on. This lookup table is it can be a public property. So other workflows can utilize it in their work. In the same logic, if I created a connection to an external service, like an external web service, it is published here under global settings, and other users can take it and use it for their needs, for their workflows. Remember that you're not alone here in the system. There will be several developers with you, each one of them either maintaining his own workflow or working on a certain portion of a shared workflow. And since we believe in sharing, then some of the components here, some of the configurations here are basically global and can be used for not for a specific workflow, but for other workflows as well. So we will be returning to the global settings during these 5 days. Lookup tables, as I mentioned, any lookup table that we create here in the system will be tagged in a general location, and you can amend it, add information or remove information from the lookup table and use it from here. Or it is presented here. You can, well, we will see when we create our own workflow and we will use lookup tables, you will see that we will be basically going to this bank of lookup tables and adding our stuff over there. Okay, so global settings, lookup tables, these are community components in Cora sequence. Organization settings, we already been here, controlling the employees, controlling employee roles that we will see later on. We have out-of-the-box roles, and we can create our own roles in Cora sequence. Each one has or has not access to specific areas of designing a workflow and running a workflow. Developers we saw already, and by the way, Vijayendra, you're still here, your user is still here,
Yes.
but because you are a global admin as well, the higher role takes place. So,
Okay.
of course,
So I have both developer and admin role, right?
sorry?
So I have now developer and admin role.
Yeah. If I remove you from here, you will still have all the permissions because you are a global admin.
Yep. And
calendars is another organization setting. As we work with tasks and SLA, and we need to keep track of time, or the workflow process is based on time, like when the request was initiated, when was it updated, how much time do I have before I need to provide an answer or to add a comment or do an action in my workflow. It is all related to time. So here we can either use the general calendar and determine, I click the edit here, determine what is a working week, how does a working week create, it looks like. This is a standard Monday to Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Which means, for example, that if I use a rule in my workflow which says this task should be answered no longer than 3 working days, the system knows how to count it. Because if I enter the request on a Friday and my timer is set to 3 working days, it will not shout on Monday, because Saturday and Sunday is not a working day. So it will calculate Monday, Tuesday. and will pop a message on Wednesday if the task was not completed at that time. Okay, so the administrator here, with the hat of the administrator, of course, can change the existing calendar or create another calendar and assign it to different parts of the workflow. So that's also the job of the administrator. Portal settings. I think this is a relic from previous versions. We can decide. Yeah, we don't have anything over here right now. Basically determined what will be seen in the portal, and when we say portal, we mean this portal, the flow time. Okay, so flow time means portal. This is the user view, the end user view of the system. Okay, so workflows that we create over here in the admin side are executed over here under these processes. Okay, so that's the connection. So this is a relic, I think, portal settings. So I don't use it anymore. And the last thing that the administrator can do is handle security. And this is where we create the roles that are allowed to design workflows, which means what can I do inside the workflows which I am designing over here, and who can do what in the workflow design. So these are the roles that are part of the system. Okay, we have various levels here. We have the workflow developer, which is us, which is allowed to do everything. Okay, so allowed all. We have the support level, which can view and only set runtime permissions, which means it can determine who can run the workflow. And we have the business analyst who can only view the workflow, which means that if I go back to this, you still see the screen, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so as a business analyst, I can only view this top level of the workflow. So I can see the process. I can ask the developers, why is this part located here, and so on. Doing my job as a business analyst from the higher level, but I cannot access the workflow itself. I cannot access the workflow components and make changes. The support person can view the workflows and set runtime permissions, doing his support work on the actual running workflow. And the workflow developer has access to everything. Now, these three are built-in roles. I can create my own flavors of design time roles. For example, here, I duplicated workflow developer. You have the duplicate button over here. I created a copy of this role. And if I dive into it, I have the various options that I can perform during design time. So I can view, I can edit, I can manage versions, which means you can stand on the question mark here next to each of the permission, each permission, and see what it does. So this manage versions will allow me to create, copy, restore, and manage workflow versions. You will do that as well. Setting runtime permissions, which basically controls what the end user can do from here, from the portal, if he has access to this specific workflow. Setting design time permissions, that's also an option. Managing attached objects, and check in the workflow on behalf of others. We will be doing some of these, almost all of these actions as we go along. Again, what I want to emphasize here, I'm going to cancel this, is that this is the work of the administrator. It is usually done one time when at the beginning of the development stage of a solution to a customer. We sit with the customer, determine who will be the users, who has access to do what in the system. Sometimes mainly because of security and the reason of avoiding human errors here, or the possibility that one developer will touch a workflow or touch a component in a workflow which he's not supposed to touch, and by doing that maybe harming the workflow completely, or which is the critical case, harming a working workflow for a customer. We need to set up these security roles. Bottom line, this is not the daily work of a developer, but again, I want to expose it to you so you will understand where is it coming from, and what are these roles that you will be seeing later on. So, workflow design time roles, these are related to when we are designing the workflow or building or maintaining the workflow. Runtime roles, from the name, they support the level of functionality that a user can execute here in flow time. So again, we have the built-in roles of the system. Most of the end users will be contributors, which means that they can start, execute, and communicate internally in the case of a specific workflow. They don't have the ability to modify the work or delete it or roll back or abort. We'll see what these strange words mean later on. So most of the end users will be contributors. We will be working, or with the workflows that we will design, we will assign ourselves to be administrators, which can basically do everything in flow time over here. So it means that on the workflow that we will create, we will be able to do everything inside, except for one thing. And this is why we added here, not so long ago, we added the super administrator over here. So administrator can do everything except deleting a workflow instance. And by workflow instance, I mean, for example, if I go here to processes I started, I will let it run. Okay, so processes I started basically means all the open instances of workflows that have been started by my user, the user which I use to access the system. And if I compare it to a real working situation, imagine that you have a team of technicians here who are handling dozens of support tickets. They see their work over here. They open each of these processes and do what they need to do inside the ticket. Over here, I have the delete button. And if I accidentally click on delete, I will remove this instance from Cora sequence, which is not a situation I want to, or this is not a role or I want to give to everyone if they're not supposed to. Okay, and this is a lesson learned from historical occasions where people who had admin permission, okay, they were administrators, they were able to do anything in the flow time site. Okay, so they saw here, there is an option here. If you click on the three dots, there is a delete. Okay, so let's see what does this button do, and they started deleting instances from Cora sequence, from the database, which is not the proper way of working, because then you need to figure out how to return this information back to the system. So we went out and changed the role of administrator, removing the option to delete for that user. And this is only given to a person who is a super administrator. So again, with great power comes great responsibility. So this is what we have been doing here. So the logic here still applies. We have various levels of roles depending on what that person needs to do in the portal, in flow time. And again, we can duplicate a certain role and fine tune it to our needs. Again, I always come back to that. This is the administrator's job to do it. Okay, we usually don't change it once the system moved to operational stage and it is now in production with the customer. These are the configuration parts, or this is the first part of the checklist that needs to be decided and implemented before we start creating the workflows. Okay, so we first decide who will do what on the system, and then we start working with the system. Of course, if a person changed position, if a new person is coming, he needs to be added, and that will be a change, of course, but this is not the daily work of developers. So I talked a lot. Any questions so far? Okay, so let me close this part. If I click on the home button over here, I will be back to the home page. I'll give a review of what you have over here, and then we'll take a break. And after the break, we will start creating our own workflows. So there are the only read-only view of this part is the installation details. You have here the generic information about what is the name of the server, assembly version, which is the database, the database version, and the assembly version, which is the version of these applications, the administration site and the flow time site. The end numbers might be different. They usually are different, but in this case, we are looking at a 9.7 installation. Okay, the latest version is 9.8, which was released a few weeks ago. We usually give it a few weeks of trial outside before we update our training servers, just to make sure that it is stable enough. So we're working with the previous version. So 9.7, you need to make sure that the beginning of the version is the same. These numbers will be different depending on the versions behind the scenes. Number of active users, how many users are enlisted over here under employees. And since it is a training server, then we don't have any license expiration. Customers will have here a certain date, of course. So this is like a high-level information. These two parts, getting started and watch videos, will forward you to our very nice knowledge center, which I will be promoting along the week. Okay, so it's loading here. Okay, I've reached it from here, from one of these shortcuts to the links. Okay, so all of these are shortcuts to links in our Cora, Genpact Cora Knowledge Center. This is the first place to go when you have a question, okay, about a certain activity in Cora sequence, about what's new in the various release notes, information about installation of Cora sequence, troubleshooting, and so on. Okay, so we as developers, we have all the explanation about the components that we are working with inside the Cora Knowledge Center. The system itself points to specific articles from within the site itself. We will see that as we go along. So we've put here some main articles and for main features for the developers themselves. So you can always jump to any topic from these parts, from watch videos and from getting started. Okay, so remember this. Okay, this is a public site, so you don't have to be a Genpact user. Customers can also access this, so without any issues. We're going to close it for now. Manage application, quite straightforward. From here you create a new workflow or you import the workflow from your server. Control and monitor. We will use that as we go along, but nothing goes well. Even in life, nothing always goes smoothly. So you might have problems with workflows getting stuck or not progressing in the direction that you thought and wished they will go to. So we can sorry, we can use the Open Process Lab and simply pinpoint a specific workflow instance ID. And by workflow instance ID, I mean, closed it, but any workflow that you launch from the system gets a unique process ID. Okay, for example, 6334, this is the ID of this specific process of this specific workflow. So you can type the number of your workflow instance ID and check what is going on. Where is it stuck? What happened before? What should happen later? See the event logs of the system and see if you have any specific events or alarms related to that specific workflow, and basically troubleshoot and do some mini support work on your workflows. So this is accessed from here, from Open Process Labs. Remember, this is an administrator view, so you can also handle running processes or do some maintenance work on the system cleaning up workflows which have been open for too long, workflows that have been aborted, workflows that, what else? Had to go through a certain kind of compensation. We will see what's here behind the scenes later on. But this is, like the name is saying, control and monitor from a high level. Last thing to do as an administrator is take care of the organization management. You can manage employees from here. Okay, this will bring you to the same location as organization settings employees. You can set up the Active Directory settings, okay, or ADSS. Usually we connect to organizations, or we build workflows or processes for organizations which already has some kind of organization tree or hierarchy tree with their own employees. So the system knows how to synchronize with Active Directory. So you don't need to populate manually all the employees of the customer. You simply communicate and access their Active Directory to get an online database of their users. Okay, so in our case, we have an active ADSS, Active Directory services, I think, which is synchronizing periodically. If the customer makes a change in the Active Directory, like adding a user, removing a user who is no longer working there, or changing the role of a certain user, then in the next sync window, we will also see it here. And the main part of this managed organization is over here, the edit organization. Okay, manage your organizational structure within sequence. So if I click here, I'll have another window opening up. And here I have the organization tree of this system, relevant for solutions and hot operations. Okay, so we will be visiting this site when we talk about the hot operations. We talk about the case management feature of Cora sequence. So from here, we basically create the internal structure of the user hierarchy. Again, note the note here. It is highly advisable to import users from your Active Directory. Okay, so again, if the customer already has an organization tree, by synchronizing to their Active Directory, we will have this part populated. So this is, of course, quite limited and small, but imagine a working in production workflows for a working customer. Imagine the size of this organization tree. So this is where we will control the organization tree. Again, the realm of the administrator, not quite the realm of the developer, but you need to be familiarized with that as well. Okay, workflows we talked about, or we will talk about, and solutions is the component which is responsible for the hot operations part. So we will touch that later in the training. Question so far? Are you still there or did you pass out?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So that was a high-level view. You will become familiar with the components as we go along, and we will always go out a little bit over here to the admins to the administration area and see what has changed from your work progress. But mostly we will be working here.
Okay.
In your workflow. So this is a perfect time to take a break. It is now, actually this is now 1:15 your time, right?
It's 1:45.
1:45, we're 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
Okay, so that changes everything. So I'm 3.5 hours. So basically when we started at 8:30, it was 12 your time?
Yeah,
Okay, so
we started from 12.
okay, and we will continue until 6:30 p.m. So if it's now
It's
quarter
now
to
1:45.
1:45, so lunch break.
Yeah.
Lunch break for everyone. Now it's 1:45, so I will be seeing you back at 2:30.
2:30.
Okay, everyone. 2:30. I will introduce the workflow that you should build, and we will start building it. You will start building it.
Yep.
Okay, so I will be stopping the recording, and I will be seeing you in 45 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so before lunch, and by the way, I didn't know about this 3.5 hour difference. Okay, right now it's 2:30 p.m. your time. Okay, so we'll take that under consideration. In any case, my plan is to have like a 45 minute sessions and then have a short break and then continue with a lunch break in the middle around this time. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so what we're going to do, at least on the first 3 days or 3.5 days, is take this flow chart, okay, of the service request workflow, take this logic, and we will go over it in a second, and translate it into a working workflow. Second. Okay, so do you see the diagram, right? The slide.
Yeah.
Okay, so like any good workflow, it has a start and an end. In between, there will be a combination of human activities, which means people who need to fill out a form or mark a certain checkbox and then proceeding the workflow. And there will be some non-human activities which are making decisions on where to push the workflow forward, all the way to the overall conclusion of it. So the workflow starts with a request for a certain service, for a certain IT service, like a laptop, a mouse, or a software. And this is the first activity, okay? The activity to capture the service request by an IT operator. So this will be a form that a user from this team of IT operators will fill out according to a request that came in our workflow. It doesn't, we don't focus on how the how the request came, but it could be a chat box, it could be an email message, it could be a phone call. The bottom line is that we got a certain request, and this IT operator is filling out a service request form and proceeds, or basically finished his work, or this team or this person has done his job in the chain of events, and he is submitting the form. The form is then being examined, and if this user, this IT operator, has marked the form with high priority, then the workflow will continue to the next steps. If this is not a high priority, then in our game, in our example, the workflow will end. So we will be focusing on the what happens if high priority was marked, and we have an activity that checks this condition. If the high priority was marked, then it reaches another human activity, which is performed by a technical manager. The technical manager needs to review the service request and approve it. If he decided not to approve, then the workflow will end. And if he approved the request, then the workflow continues in two different paths, or two, I won't call it parallel, but nothing happens in parallel in our world. It happens one after the other, but really quickly. There will be two other directions here for the workflow. The request should be reviewed by any member of the accounts department, and it should be reviewed by the local purchasing department. Once these two reviews have been done, the workflow continues on each of these separate paths. Along the way, we will capture information from this review, from the account review and from the local purchasing review. Once these two reviews have been completed, both of them, the workflow will continue to another human activity done by a technical manager who needs to allocate the task to a certain available technician. Once this is done, the technician should be notified, and we are assuming in the background that he will perform the request, and then the information is sent to the customer with the billing information. After that, the workflow will end, thus concluding the process, which started with the service request and then proceeded through the workflow into several departments, into several teams, into different users, who each and every one of them has something to add to the process. And once the process is done, it is finished. Okay, so we need to create this workflow using Cora sequence. That's our mission for the next about 3.5 days. Is the logic clear?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so let's start. Let's go back to the admin page. So basically, we need to create a workflow here. Okay, so each and every one will create a workflow. There are several ways of creating the workflow. You can either simply create on this button, create a new workflow. Alternatively, you can go to the workflows main branch, right-click the word workflows, and select new workflow. Before you do that, I would like to create a group for our training. Okay, so how do I do that? How do I create these groups? I stand on, and I tell you why I want to do it, because there are several already existing groups from previous trainings or from individual people who wanted to train themselves and use these servers. I have a bunch of workflows here from previous sessions and for my testing purposes. And the system itself has a tab of all workflows. Okay, so all workflows, you see it shows us all the workflows which are currently existing on this installation. We can add, the minute you click on create new workflow from any location and you give the workflow a name and you launch it, it will be added under the all workflows. So you can search it here, which is doable, but I rather keep it organized. So I will create a group for us, and you will be creating the workflows inside the group. So let's see how this is done. I'm clicking on the workflows, and I get the list of existing categories, and of course, the list of all the workflows over here. I can always search, okay, if I have parts of the workflow name, I can put it here in the search tab, and I will get all the workflows which has my name, Gil, inside the name. This is another very useful tip which we will follow during the training. Any workflow that you create, you put the name of the workflow, your first name, and today's date. So it will be easily found. Okay, so that is the search, very simple search. I will now create a child category. Okay, I'll simply give it a name. This will be fundamentals, and today's date is 22nd of November 21. Click on create, and there we have our group. Okay, the group is of course currently empty, but inside the group, okay, if you refresh your sites, you will be able to see it as well. And inside the group, I simply I right click on the name and I click on new workflow. Okay, so I request everyone to access the new group and right click and click on create new workflow and reach this location. And of course, let me know if you can't find it. Someone joined. Who joined? Welcome. Anyone new here? Prashant. I have two. Oh, Parveen, I'm muting you. Okay. Okay, now it's good. 2, 4, 6, 7. Can I continue?
Yes, yes.
Yes, Gil.
We have the new
Okay.
workflow creation.
Okay, yeah, I had some duplicate session here, but now it's all set up. Okay, so now let's call it service request with our first name, and I'll have the accurate date over here. So that will be 22nd of November 21. Okay, note that you have the name here that will appear inside the admin, and you have the alias which will be displayed in runtime, which means what will be the name that I will see over here. Okay, so if I click on in flow time, if I click on search for Gil, I have all the workflows which I have permission to run. If for some reason I want the name inside the admin page to be different from the name the users see, then I have these two separate entities. I will keep it the same. Description is not mandatory. It could be useful to help other users understand what is this. Anyway, someone dropped. Two, five, six. Okay, one is dropped. I hope he will come back. So description is not a mandatory. Let's put something here. First work is to capture, is to the service requests. Okay, that's my description here, and I simply click on create workflow. Okay, you see I have another page open. Okay, so this is my admin page where I created my workflow, service request Gil with the date, and I have another tab here which will allow me to create my workflow. Okay, so make sure that you have this open. If you're using Google Chrome, which is the recommendation for this exercise, for this training, you might get a pop-up blocked here somewhere. So remove that blocking. But this is the canvas. Okay, this is the App Studio. This is where we will be playing or painting the entire week. Okay, so reach this location and let me know that you have it. Or if you didn't get to this point.
Done from my side.
Okay. Thank you. So the first step is done. Anyone getting problems? Because I need confirmation from your side in order to proceed. So in case you have any issues, just unmute yourself and let me know. Otherwise, I will continue with a slow pace, but if I'm going too fast, then simply let me know. So before I start adding anything here, I want to go back to the admin, and let me refresh my admin page here and go to fundamentals. Okay, so from here I can keep track of what's going on. I have my workflow, I have Jagadish, I have Vijayendra's workflow. Now notice that I hope more of you will be joining soon. Eventually I need to see here all of you if I want to keep track, and if all of you kept the correct syntax for the name of your workflow, I can type 22nd November here and see what is that. So you see we have 2, 4, we have 6 workflows. Not all of them are appearing in the fundamentals view. Let's see why. Oh, now all of them are here. Okay, so it took some time to refresh. So I have Jagadish and Pallavi, Prashant, Atandeep, Vijayendra. I'm missing Who's missing here?
Yeah, it's mine, Amitesh.
Okay, on the way? I hope on the way. Let's see again. Yeah, there you are. I will refresh. Did you put it here? Did you run the workflow from here, from the group itself?
No, I just clicked on the new organization. Sorry.
Okay, so okay, good thing for us, because if we want to manage, not from here, if we want to manage our workflows, let's see. I want here to sorry. Let's click on this one and okay, so here is my group. I have myself, and I want to add Amitesh's workflow, the workflow that was created by Amitesh to this group. I simply add workflow, search for it, let's find you here. Like this, and I will not behaving properly today. Let's see. Cancel. Click here. Writing backwards. Okay, good for you. Service request. Okay, so here is your workflow, Amitesh, right? Service request Amitesh, 22nd of November. I will select it, move it to the selected workflows, click apply, and now it has been added. It hasn't been removed from the all workflows. It's still here. I can still search it from here, but for other purposes, I have access to all of our workflows, almost all of them. One is missing. Let's see. Amitesh is here. Jagatish is here. Vijayendra, Prashant, Parveen. Parveen is, are you with us, Parveen?
Yes.
Yeah, did you create your workflow?
No, actually, I am getting some issue regarding my laptop, so I am unable to create.
Yeah, sorry, I remember. Yeah, okay, so Praveen, I'm going to put you with a, sorry about that. I'm going to put you with a mark here, which says viewer only, right? You can still ask questions, of course, and participate. You're welcome to do that, but I was waiting for you. So for today, I will have 6 workflows, right? Okay. So that was the work with the group itself. Okay, I can create another category inside this category. This is more for administration purposes. What I wanted to, one last thing I want to say before we actually create the workflow is that for each and every workflow here, there's a small arrow, and underneath, it seems to be a duplicate of the same entity, but it is actually not. So what we have here, the upper level is the workflow space. Okay, the workflow space is like a generic home for all the versions of this actual workflow. Okay, so yeah.
When we add workflow for Amitesh, so it will exist in both location, or it will.
Sorry, I didn't get the last sentence.
When you add workflow, Amitesh workflow, right, in our group, in fundamental 22 number.
Yeah.
So it will exist in both position, or it's.
If I click Okay, so if I go to all workflows over here and scroll down to S, okay, so service request, let's look for 20-second here. You see my workflow, service request GIL 22nd November appears also in the list of all workflows,
Okay.
and each and every one of yours as well. For organization purposes, I simply aggregated all of them also here. It's not a duplication. It's not two entities exist here. If I open my workflow from here, it will be as if I opened it from the all workflows. So workflow space, if I click on it, okay, I get the initial configuration of the space itself, especially the ID, which is unique ID for this workflow space, some information, the user who created it, when it was created, when it was updated. It's telling me what is the active version. I currently have only one version of this workflow. Later on, when we talk about how to move workflows from one location to the other, we can also come up with the idea that imagine you created this workflow with all of these moving parts inside, and now the customer wants to add another step along the way, another approval cycle. So instead of creating everything from scratch, I can simply duplicate my existing workflow, give it a different name, like, I don't know, version 2 or with additional so-and-so, and add the activity I wanted to add. And then I can decide who will be the A or the alpha workflow. Okay, you see the A here, which indicates who is the active, or I call it the alpha version of this workflow. What will be the workflow that will be actually launched from here, from the flow type by the user? So it could be under the same workflow space, but I can have several versions of the workflow under the same space. The one which is marked as the active one will be the one which is actually executed by the users. So this is very useful when we are testing deltas between big workflows, between long workflows, and we want to see the effect of what we've added. So we can always launch the new workflow, and if we see any issues, we can always revert back to the previous version and understand what our delta has caused and so on. So we have the workflow space, and we have the running workflow, and you'll notice that we have different options when we are standing on the workflow itself, or if we're standing on the workflow space. Okay, so as we start to build the workflow and launch it and test it several times, of course, we will see the numbers growing over here. So it will get some meat inside. So workflow space can hold holds at least one version of the workflow instance, but it can hold more. Okay, so enough with the administration side. Let's do some work. So we have the starting point and we have the end. Okay, so we know where we will start and we know where we will end. This is a canvas, so I will simply select the end, and I will put it as far as possible, because remember, we need to populate it with all of these components. What do we have here on the App Studio? On the left, we have all the various activities available for the user. We will be using several of them along the training. We will add human activities like forms, messages, and tasks. We will add flow activities, okay, to split the workflow, to ask an if-else question. We will jump to a different activity inside the workflow, not necessarily the one between two adjacent activities. What else we will be using here? We will be using some server-side activities. We will be using some integration activities. And we will also be using some drawing board activities. These are graphical activities which we will be using in a second. If you don't see all of these options on the left, go to the cog. This is a cog, I think, icon. Okay, modify workflow canvas display settings. Click on it. Let the moon run and make sure that it is configured as follows. Okay. Not the advanced or the basic. I'm working with custom mode. Custom mode allows me to select which options I want to appear. I've selected everyone except show grid lines. If I select show grid lines and click OK, I get these grid lines. Some users, some developers like to work with it. I personally don't like to use it, but it's up to you. So I will remove it. I will also show you what happens if I click on basic. Okay, so it automatically selects some of the options here, like displaying labels, swim lanes, which we will see in a second, descriptions, which might be added to the workflow studio, and comments. Okay, if I click on OK, you see I have limited number of activities. These are usually the basic activities for basic workflows. But since we are not basic here, I can move to the advanced, which automatically shows more options. Okay, so check out the changes here. Pops up new options for my workflow creation. I will go with custom. And I can also decide if I can remove some of these groups from the left. Okay, so if I know that I'm not going to use RPA or robotic process automation activities, I can simply remove it from the list, and the nice robot went away. Okay, so make sure you have the options configured properly. Let me know if you have any problems with this. Now, if I'm here next to this cog icon, I have this icon over here, the question mark, which will point us to sequence help, or again, to the knowledge center. And it will focus on specific articles or videos which are related to where you are located in the App Studio. Okay, so we were in the general view of the App Studio. If I click the question mark over here, it will give me an explanation or an article about the App Studio and the dual view overview that I can see here. Okay, very useful. Okay, so that was the navigation part on the left, navigating and selecting the activities. I can search for a certain activity name. Okay, for example, data activities. It will give me all the activities which holds data in their name. I can go to list view, which is currently not populated because I don't have any activity in my workflow, but I can see a list of my activities once they are here. I toggle back to toolbox. In the canvas, I can place whatever activities I want. This is not a drag and drop. This is a select and click. Okay, we'll see that in a second. I have these nice arrows to let me align my activities so it can be nicely displayed on the view. And on the right side, I always have the properties. And the properties menu change according to the highlighted objects, which I have over here. So currently I'm standing inside my workflow canvas, so I will get the properties of the workflow level. Okay, we have the name, the alias. Okay, this is the description, which I've added. I have the workflow ID here. Okay, 384A3. Let's see, where do I get this ID? Okay, so it ends with 384A3. If I stand on my workflow, not on the workflow space, which has its own ID. I'm talking about my actual workflow, and this is the actual ID of this workflow version. So there are many properties which has been taken out to the UI, so it can be easily accessed. If I select a different entity, for example, the start button, then I have the entity, I have the properties of this specific entity or activity. Okay, so this is the name. It says start here, so I can change it to whatever text I wanted to have. I can add a description. I can control the physicality of this, or the graphical appearance. And I have other properties here, which I'm not going to handle right now, but you get the idea. So the properties window changes according to the entity which you are now located.
Gil, I can't see my property window actually.
But you have a blank screen here?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, try to refresh the screen with this reload page. Anyone else has this problem?
No.
No,
Yeah,
we-
after refreshing, I can see now.
Okay, so it sometimes needs a little refresh here, or even the reload over here in order to pop up the properties.
Okay.
So let's see. We talked about the left side. We talked about the right side. This is where we play, and the banner up here has additional features. This is the links. Okay, we can change the way the links appear. I'm talking about the physical links that will be connecting the activities. I can add a comment over here. I can add labels. I can add containers, which is what we're going to do in a few seconds. And I can add swim lanes, which is also a graphical display of the workflow. So instead of popping up a generic view of the workflow, we can graphically divide it into entities or into parts of the workflow. First of all, for external viewers to understand what are they looking at, or simplify the way they look at the workflow. Each swim lane or each container will be responsible for a certain part of the workflow. We will use that to simplify the way it looks. I can attach external objects to this workflow. We will not be doing that in this training. We will focus on internal activities that we will create. I can delete it, of course. And by the way, deleting has two options. I can delete the workflow which I'm currently working on, or I can delete the entire workflow space. And by that, I will be removing also other versions of that same workflow if I have them under the space. I can export what I have here, the graphical view, either as an image or generate a documentation of the workflow. like how to use the workflow documentation. It simply takes all the configuration that I have, all the forms, all the activities, and translate it into a documentation which explains each component. So this is under export. I will need to set permissions. Okay, currently this workflow is empty, but even if it had some activities, currently no one can run it. Okay, which means that it will not appear in the portal, and no one will be able to use it. So the sometimes it's the first thing you do, sometimes it's the last thing you do, but never forget to do it. Simply assign either a role or specific users that will be able to run the workflow. If you forgot, or if you forget anything during the workflow creation, you can always validate the workflow and see if you have any errors and issues. I wonder what it will do now. Okay, it pops up the first thing which is missing, which is permissions. Okay, so we have a warning here. It doesn't mean the workflow doesn't have its logic, but it doesn't have a purpose, because if no one can run it, then why did you create it? Okay, so this is set permissions. Source control is something that we will be using throughout the workflow, throughout the training. Instead of asking you to share your screen every time you have a problem, I will open your workflows. But since I'm logged in as my user and you created your workflow with your user, I need to be polite and ask for a permission to check your workflows or activities, and this will be done from the source control. We will learn how to check in a workflow, how to check it out and edit it, and so on. So this is the polite way of sharing work between developers. Okay, you need to, if another developer needs now to work on your workflow and it is locked to your user, if both of you have the same permissions or the same roles as developers, then you will be able to, the new developer will be able to take control of the workflow or a specific activity, depending on what you need to do, make the changes and put it back to the pool after he is done. Just a reminder, this activity is controlled, or the ability to do this part is controlled from here, if you remember, from security and design time roles. One of the options here is to check in on behalf of others. Okay, so by default, every developer has it to allow. If you deny it from a certain user, then he won't be able to do that specific task. So again, I always come back to this, but working in Cora sequence almost automatically means that there will be other people working with you or sharing the work with you. You could be assigned to a certain project for a certain customer for 6 months, and then the project is done and you go and proceed to another project. And then after 6 months, the customer needs some more activities added. Another user, not you, will be assigned to that project now for phase 2. So the situation is that several users will be working with these workflows, so you need to keep it as understandable as possible, which means the name of the activities should be meaningful and not leave them with their default form 1 or message 2 or something like that. It has to have a meaning. Sometimes, or most of the times, you will see descriptions and small notes, labels next to some activities explaining what they do, simply to create a useful and friendly environment of working together. And source control is a major part of it. Okay, the ability to check in someone else's workflow or a specific activity and work on it, and the ability to view the history of who changed what is very important here because of the nature of the work. Not an individual will not be dedicated to a certain project and that's it. He will be moving, other people will be coming instead of him. So simply we need to have a captain's log like in Star Trek. Okay, what else is missing here? We have some grayed out options here because we don't have activities to copy, cut, or paste. We will have that as we add more activities. And we have the process lab. Okay, remember this one. We saw it already here from the administration view. So this button over here allows me to open any workflow in the system to view it in Process Lab. I can also check out my individual work of my individual workflow from here, from the Process Lab. So I can build all of this. And before I make it public, I can run it here internally in the admin side, make sure it performs correctly and the logic is correct. And then if I'm pleased with my work, I will set the permissions for the front-end users to launch it from flow time and actually see it happening in real time. So this is a very useful tool. We will be reaching the Process Lab. We will be testing the workflows mostly in Process Lab, and only when we are sure that it is okay, we will test it in the real environment.
Can you explain Process Lab again?
Yeah, I created my workflow. Okay, I created the first part. I added a form. I added some business rule here. I added a task. I want to see that it's working properly. I want to see that it is fulfilling the objectives given to me by the customer. I simply go here and execute my workflow in Process Lab. It will launch the workflow. It will create a workflow instance, and it behaves exactly as if it was in the public area. So this is simply my testing ground. If I want to test my work, I go to Process Lab. Of course, it's not just for running the workflow. I get a deeper look at my workflow. I can interrogate each and every activity and see what has been written in every field of any activity. This is mainly for debugging tools. So this is the main debugging tools of the developer. To make sure that he implemented Cora sequence correctly and really translated the customer request, which is given here, to an actual workflow. Okay, so I think we covered our surroundings. So let's start and put, let's see what we want to put here. Yeah, so let's make our workflow appearance nice and organized. Okay, so the first thing I will do is I will add a entity called a swim lane. Okay, so I locate it here on the banner and I click once and I get this nice swim lane over here. So let's all add the swim lane. I can play with the size of it. You see that I'm now highlighting the swim lane, so the properties are relevant for the swim lane. Okay, I can change the height and the width from here. I can change the position from here. I can change the color of the marker of the swim lane from here. Or I can simply highlight it in my canvas and move it as any object. Okay, so let's place it close to the starting point, and this will be the part of the workflow. Again, this is only a graphical representation. It doesn't have any logical meaning, but this will be the place where we will put all the components and moving parts which are related to the service request, which means the actual capturing of the service request in a form, the decision-making based on the high priority field that we will add to the form, and the approval of the request. Okay, so instead of having all of these components filling out my canvas, and imagine that this is a relatively simple workflow, real-time workflows will have much more steps and much more activities, and you're starting to, when you place all of them in one location, you're starting to get confused. So we want to avoid confusion. So if you have the swim lane highlighted, and let's call it in a different name, we don't want to leave the generic swim lane name here. So I'm highlighting the swim lane, and in the properties area next to the text attribute, I change swim lane to service request. Okay, you can click on move outside, and it usually updates it on the fly. If not, and this is a lesson for the entire week, so if you don't see the updates here, simply click reload, and I have my swim lane with the name service request. I don't like the gray color, so let's put it in a nice bluish. Okay. Okay, so this is my color preference. I like blue, so I put blue here. Okay, so this is how it should look like. Okay, let me know that you have the same view. Well, almost the same view. You can select any color you want. Can I proceed?
Yes.
Okay, so as I said, I want to have the first part of the workflow should aggregate these three components: a form, the form of the service request, the decision making, and the task for approving. So I will put all of them in one entity called container. And container is another graphical representation, which is found under BPMN. So all of these are different types of containers. They don't have any different logic between them. It's just a graphical representation. So I will be selecting the task container. And again, it's not drag and drop, it's select and click. So I selected task and I clicked on it once, and there it is, appeared on my canvas. Okay, so let's place it where I want it to be. Okay, you see this is a container currently called task 1. I don't want to leave it with this generic name. You don't want to see these names in actual workflows. You need to see meaningful names. So I will call it service request. And I will go back to the name, copy it, and put it in the alias. Control C, Control V. There you go. Control V. Okay. So again, the name is what we see here in the. Oh, come on. You're right. The name is what we see here in the App Studio, where we design the workflow, and the alias is what we will see when we run it in the portal. Okay, so let me know that you have the same entities on screen. And by the way, clicking on the service request, you see it doesn't have anything, there's no moving parts here. You have the start and the end of the container. Here in the middle, we will add our logic, but notice the breadcrumbs that were created here. So we have here, we're now inside a container called service request, and it belongs to the workflow with this name. If we want to return to the workflow display, we simply go back here with the navigation of the name. Okay, so everyone, can I proceed?
Yes, good.
Yes,
Hello?
please.
Yeah, there was a question from the crowd.
Yeah, in my service request message, that message box is also displayed. Like that.
Okay, so let me use this opportunity and show you how am I going to, instead of stopping the sharing and go so on. So we're talking about your workflow, Pallavi, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so since we are all global admins and we can all see each other's work, I will double click on your workflow space. Since you have only one workflow, it opened this one. You see that it's marked in red. Okay, it is locked to lab operator 6. So I cannot, if you had any activities here, I would not be able to access them. Okay, if I want to, I won't be able. But what we have here, we have a message. Where did you take that? You took it from here, right? From the message part?
Yeah, I think that's what
Okay, and you have the task. Okay,
Yeah.
so we need to have only the task here. So what you can do is simply, I'm doing it now for the first time, simply deleting it. And it says, yeah, you can't work on this because this workflow is checked out to operator 6. Okay, so I will ask politely to do some changes here. I can go to, wow, you have many containers here. So I guess you clicked many times
Yeah.
on it. Okay, so this is a good thing we went here because that will prevent a lot of damage later on. So I would select all the activities, and currently you see all of them are checked out to lab operator 6. I'm going to check them all in. Okay. I can leave a description of why I did it. Now, all these activities, all this workflow has been checked in, and you see there's no red button over here. I can do two things. I can either go back to manage, mark everything, and check it out, and then it will be checked out to me. So I have taken control of your workflow. It is in green light. And I can now delete this message. And I guess you see, you clicked several times. So beneath, it's like an onion. So under task 1, you have all these tasks hiding. Okay, so I will, I guess, okay, so we don't need task 2. And let's see, yeah, I can right click and delete it from here. And I can right click and delete it from here. Okay, there might be some others maybe hiding over here. No, I don't think they're hiding beneath it. Okay, so let's put it back. You can easily check if you have any additional stuff here by going to manage. Letting it work because we made some changes. Okay, so we have here, what do we have? We have the workflow level, we have a start and an end, and we have container 2, which is this one. Okay, so these are the only entities left. So we are clear, and I can confirm that this is the only thing we have here. So again, click once to add an entity to the canvas. There's no drag and drop here. All of these containers have the same logic inside with a start and an end, but they simply look different. So the users can, from the look of the container, understand what it is responsible to. If it's not enough, I can add comments, or I can add labels next to specific or important containers and activities, so the other users will know what to expect inside. Once I'm done with my work here, I will clear it, which means I will select all the activities and I will check it back in. And now it is open for any user to take it. Pallavi, you simply need to access your workflow. Once I close it, go to source control, select the main checkbox here, and click on checkout to make sure that operation 6, which is you, is controlling this workflow. Okay, so I will be ending my work over here and returning to my workflow. Any other questions or doubts?
So Gil, inside this, we have any undo option
In what?
in the entire like in the screen? We have any undo option like for the control Z?
I don't remember. Let's see if I. Not in the activity itself. Not on the workflow canvas itself. I mean, if you in the form itself, when we access it, you will have it. But here, no. If you made a mistake, simply delete it or and start again. Okay. So the last thing I want to do here before the break is to, before I add activities inside my container. And by the way, you also have this button over here to add a container directly from here, but this add a generic container look. Okay, if I click on it once, it will add a container which looks a little bit differently, but inside, same logic. Okay, so up to you as a user. Either if you want to make it if you want to distinguish between each containers, then use this set of images. If not, simply pop up as many containers as you want. What I do want to do is connect the dots, as we say, and add and link these activities together. So I want my workflow to flow from the start to the components in this container and all the way to the end right now. How do I do that? I need to add we call the links between the activities. So this is done in this way. I select the first part of the chain, left click on the start activity. I keep my control button of my keyboard pressed, and I select the next in line, keeping the control clicked, select the third one, releasing the control button, and while all of these activities are marked or highlighted, I right-click on the last one and select Quick Bind. And that will think and think and think, and eventually, you don't need to think so much. Eventually, it gave me my much needed arrows. Okay, so you see we have the direction from start to service request and from service request till the end. Of course, in the middle, we will have much more activities, but this is the method I like to use. Alternatively, of course, each one of these links is an entity of its own. Okay, it has not so many properties, but it has only a few. The order, which is currently 0, means which link will be executed first. Okay, if I have, let's say from the start button, I have 2 links. One is going to the service request and one is going to another activity, which needs to be executed as well. If I want one of the links to be executed first, then I will give it a lower number as possible. So for example, if I had here another activity and I will link start to that activity, I will give that link the order of 1, which means that it will be executed only after 0 executed. Okay, so that's an option. Redirect mode, usually for testing purposes, I can disable a link and see what it, if I want to override a certain part of my workflow for testing purposes, I can disable a link and run my test and then return it to normal, or preferably to all. There's also manual and automatic other options of the links that we will not be using in the training, but you can always check it out in the articles. We will see that later on. Okay, so this is how your workflow should look like before we take, wow, 12:07, so I've been talking for the past hour. So we have the workflow canvas, we added the swim lane, we added the container, currently empty, and we connected this flow with links according to the direction that we want to have. If you all have this topology, then we can take a short break. Acceptable?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so let's take a what, 10, 15, what do you need?
15 minutes.
15 minutes, okay. So it is now, if I have it correctly, this is 3:38 p.m. your time.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
15 minutes from now. Okay, let me stop the record, pause the recording, and we will continue after that. Resume recording, and I will share my screen 1. Okay, so we break for commercials with this topology. Any questions so far? Sorry. If there are no questions, then I want to populate it with the first activity, which is the form activity to capture the service request. So I will double-click on my service request container, put some gap here, much needed gap between the start and the end of the container, remove the existing link because I need to drop at least one activity here. Otherwise, there's no meaning to put the container. And here I want to use also swim lanes to differentiate between the work of the IT operator and the work of the technical manager. Okay, it's not mandatory. I just like to keep it organized like that, because sometimes you start a workflow and you think, okay, so this guy has only one thing to do, but then it ends up doing much more than that. So this swim lane will be, I've noticed I've added it inside the service request container. I'm now inside the service request container, which is an entity on its own, of course. I added a swim lane. I will call this swim lane IT operator, right? Operator. Like that. Yeah, let's refresh you. Okay, so this is the IT operator. Let's put it with some color. Okay, and now I will finally go to my human activities list and click on form. Remember, one click to add one entity. So I got here my form 1 activity, place it nicely inside my swim lane and bind it accordingly. The same way we binded the upper level of the workflow, we need to do it over here. So otherwise the workflow will be stuck. So I mark the activity I want to start with, control key, select the form, select the end, release the control key and right click and bind. Okay, so this is how my container, my service request container should look like. Let me know when you reach this part. Or if you have any issues.
Done.
Okay, anyone else? Can I proceed?
So Gil, there is one task menu is also there in human. Is it different menu or the same?
If what?
Task menu, task. There is one more task menu in humans, and one task menu is BPMN.
Okay. So under BPMN, this is a container. This is the
Okay.
graphical entity.
Okay.
This thing is an actual activity. Okay, and by the way, you see this one has no description. It only says task here next to the pop-up window.
Okay.
This entity is a task for user or users to complete and includes a form and a message. So basically, this entity task is created from a combination of a form and a message. So someone should get a message that he needs to do something, and he does it inside a form. So we will add a task, of course, but let's start with the form.
Okay, sure.
So let's call this. Okay, we can. How to access the form? So either double-click the form or simply right-click and select Edit, and you reach the form activity properties. Again, name and alias are mandatory. Alias will be what will be displayed in runtime. So I will call this service request details. Okay, this is the name of my form. And once I'm done with the name, I click on next. And the system will ask me some questions. Is this a new form, which is right in our example, or am I duplicating a form here? Okay, I create an independent copy of any form that already exists in the database. Sometimes I need only to take like a template of a certain form, which I already have, and add 1 or 2 fields. So in order not to create everything from scratch, I can use the duplicate form. Notice that the data model tables and views will be duplicated. So I'm basically taking an existing form and basically copying it. So I can do it from here. Alternatively, you will see later on, I can simply copy and paste an activity and it will do the same thing. Okay, so these are the 2 options here. We will go, of course, with a new form. And then we need to decide, what do we define first? Do we define the view, which means the look and feel of the form itself, the location of the fields inside the form? Do we configure that first and only then connect it to the actual data model or to the table which will be receiving the content of the fields that we will be completing in the form? Or do we want to do the opposite? We first want to define the data. Okay, you first define the form's data model and then create its view. So if we know how the form is going to be built, and we know the names of the fields which we want to add in the form, and we know their order, we can go with first define data. We will do that in a different workflow and during the exercises, but even
What
if
is
you want,
mean-
yeah.
What is mean with the data model here? So we need to define before data creating forms, or later we need to create
Well,
it?
the building blocks here, you have the form, the actual form where the user fills out fields. And it needs to be associated with a unique table, which is created in the database for that form to capture whatever the user writes inside.
So basically,
this-
once we created a form, it's by default it's creating a database table also.
Yes, usually in almost all of the cases, that's the procedure. If I now continue with this current configuration, which I'm going to do because I need to create a new form and I want to configure the view. Okay, by clicking next, it asks me, okay, how do you want your form to look like? Is it going to be a blank form and you will add every component inside? Or do you want me to help you a little bit and give you some ready-made templates of a form? In our case, we will select one of these options here. Notice that it looks like we have duplicates of the same templates, but one is marked with an R, which stands for responsive, which means that a responsive form will automatically adjust itself to the view which we're going to use to see it. For example, whether it is from a desktop or from a mobile phone. Okay, so once you select a responsive template, let's call it the building blocks of the form or the source of the form will be adjustable to the view which we are using. The difference between these templates is what are we going to get inside? Okay, so this one will give us one column inside the form with one header and one footer. This option will give us 2 columns with a header and a footer. And there are also options for a header, subheader, and a footer. All depends on how you want your form to look like. We'll keep it basic for now, and we will select one column A, responsive. This option over
What
here.
does it mean with A and B here?
What it means what?
A, one column A, one column, 3 column B. A and B.
Let's see the difference here. B indicates that you have a subheader inside. Okay, so the delta between the A group and the B group is the fact that you have a subheader inside the form. It doesn't mean that you cannot add it later on. You can add anything, any content you want to the form, but this is like the quick way to do it. So I selected one column A, and you see I only have a finish button over here. So automatically behind the scenes, when I click on finish, and this is what I want to do, the form will be created. I will get a new tab over here, which is now the UX Studio. Okay, compared to the App Studio that I use to create the content of the workflow. Now I get the UX Studio for the form, which is with the name service request details. Now it opens to a similar structure as the App Studio. On the left side, I have the list of controls which I can add to the form. On the right side, I have the properties.
I'm unable to open. I'm unable to open this.
You have a block, pop-up block maybe? Here on the browser itself?
Mm.
Check it out. Might be that problem. Because it opens in a different tab, so you need to allow that as well.
Sorry to interrupt you, Gil. Actually, can you repeat again? Actually, my internet, my screen is hanging. So can you just show me again once how to add a duplicate form? Where is the option?
We didn't do a duplicate form, but
Yes.
we didn't select it.
Yeah,
But
how to select it?
for example, I need to create another form here in my container. Okay, I clicked on another form here. Let's make these, make it seen properly. Okay, so this is the form which I created and open service request details. I want to have a form really close to this one. Okay, so when I go and I will leave, I will leave and I simply click on duplicate form, and he will ask me what is the workflow space I want to take the form from. Okay, this is the workflow space. This is the actual workflow inside this space. And if I have any forms inside, he will show me the list. I can select one of them and it will create a duplicate of that form.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So let me remove this.
Hey, Gil.
Yeah.
From my end, it's looking in a design mode.
Cool. Which we're going to reach in a second. So
there are 2 labels and 1 text box like that.
Yeah. Okay. So usually when you open a new form,
Is there any other way to open this UX Studio? Because my browser is also on the block mode, so I'm not able to open this. From where I can open it?
Can you unblock it? I mean, which browser are you using for the exercise?
Chrome.
Okay, so no, the only way is if I go back to the, I close my UX Studio. If I open my, form, it opens in a new tab. Just make sure it's not blocked somewhere.
Okay.
That's the only thing. There's no in Chrome. I think. 1 second. 1 second. הלו. אחלה, אני עד 3:30 בשיחה. יאללה, ביי. Yeah, sorry. Okay.
Inside form creation, we need to click on new form or a duplicate form.
New form.
Okay.
So this is I'm looking, Gil.
Sorry, this is what?
Yeah, this is I'm looking design mode. It's the same look and feel I'm.
Yeah, this is if you selected one column A responsive, this is what the system will bring you. But
So
let
how
me
to see
just
the source code? How to see the CSS?
you have the tabs here downstairs. You can either work on the form from design mode.
Okay. Thank you. I'm able to see now. Yeah.
And if you like to code, then do everything from the source.
Okay.
But we are in a low code environment here, so any changes to the form, almost everything will be done from the UI, or in this case, the UX studio.
Gil, we can also change from here also. I mean, I need to change through the HTML format. So can I make it?
From the source, you can add, or from here also, from the design, you can add any HTML components.
No, actually, I also worked previously on the HTML format. So I need to change an instant source code. So can I make it?
For what reason? I mean, if
anything I want to change, like I need to create a div. Anything I want to create it.
Yeah, you can add anything you want from the source code. Of course, you can remove it completely. Of course, except for the data source. Don't touch that. But you can add here. You can make changes to the look and feel, either from the source.
I need to put some JavaScript or jQuery to make it design a more attractive, or whatever I want to make it. So can I make it or not?
Yes, from here. But the approach is not to have it too open. I mean, we usually tend to, to go to the customer and say, this is the template which we are working for. It is flexible enough. It provides what you need, or these are the set of options that it provides out of the box. Creating it from scratch, I don't see a reason to do that, especially because Cora sequence provided everything from here. Okay. So, but again, if you like to build it from the source, feel free to do it on the source. I mean, make the changes here.
Just I need to know for my knowledge.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's perfectly doable. Okay, I want to make sure that everyone was able to open the form this way. No blocking pages and anything like that, right?
No, I'm just, when I'm going double click, it's not opening like that actually.
Okay, so that I can't do from the workflow. So let me stop sharing. And who wants to share his screen first?
I'm sharing.
Sure, I'm sharing.
Okay.
Yeah,
ladies first. Ladies first.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Please.
Go ahead.
Let's see what's the issue. Pallavi, go ahead.
Wait.
Okay, coming up. Okay. This is a different workflow. No, okay, go to the admin page. Actually, let's keep it neat and avoid confusion. Close the tab which says process 7096.
Okay.
Yeah, close it. We don't need it right now. It's a nice workflow, but we don't need it. It will only cause confusion. Open the tab which says service request Pahlavi 22nd November, the middle one. Yeah, okay. And double click on the form or right click and select edit, whatever you want. You see, you have on the right side of the URL, you have a pop-up block. You see that icon with the red X in the you were almost there. No.
This one.
Yes, this one. Always allow pop-ups from Cora. Yeah, this will help you. Okay, click on done. And now double click on the form. And your UX Studio opens. Let's see what you get. Okay. So this is your starting point. Okay. So if anyone else has an issue, okay. So you're at the same location where I am. Okay. So that's cool. Stop sharing. We had another question, right? Amitesh, did you have a question or can I continue? No, see, okay. So we are in the UX Studio, okay, and your design is empty. Okay, so let's close this, yeah. And click on, no, you have another UX Studio open there. What's the other UX Studio open? Yeah, close this as well. Okay, close the flow time, no worries. Click on the edit or right click, right click this one. Let's see. I guess you didn't select the right view. So since you are in the beginning, close this UX Studio, delete this form. Put another form instead. Yep, place it wherever you want. Call it, change the name to service request. And change the alias as well to service request, exactly. Okay, reload the page. Yeah, let's see that it takes it. There you have, now double click. Or edit, no matter. Okay, make sure the alias is, change the alias as well. Okay, click on next. New form, first define view, that's fine. No, new form. Yeah, first define view, that's fine. Click on next. Select one column A, finish. Yeah, if it's highlighted in green, yellow, it means that you've selected it. And now there you have it. Okay, so you just need to make sure that you select the right view. Okay, so stop sharing and I will continue with mine. Okay, cool. So actually these questions are good. We learn from the questions. Okay, so now, what do we have here? So on the left, as I said, the list of controls you can add to the form. Properties view will change according to the control you are standing on, whether it is a control which is a text box in this example, or whether it is a label, or whether it is the entire body of the form. By the way, you have the navigation bar here at the bottom showing you on what are you highlighting right now. So currently you're highlighting the body. If you stand on one of the activity, it will highlight the activity. If you want to see or highlight the row of this specific activity, simply click on row and you see it is highlighted right now. Moving between column and row, visibly for us, it doesn't make any difference because we only have one column. So all our rows are in one column. So that's fine. But later on, when we want to add rows to our form, then we need to make sure we select the correct entity. And you have, again, the body. You have one section here, so body and section is the same. And you have the layout of the form, which is now highlighted. Okay, so this is important for navigating inside the form. Properties on the right. And what do we have here on the banner? So we have a reload page, or this is a refresh. Okay, it says refresh the form canvas. We have a reload page over here, which will discard unsaved changes. Okay, so depends on what you want to do. We have the save button, which is very important because changes here are not saved automatically. You need to make sure you save them. We have the ability to change the display style. Remember, this is a responsive form. So this is how it will look like currently in auto mode. But if I want to display it on a smartphone, it will look like this. So the appearance of the form will look like this. Any coloring, any changes we make to the form, this is how it is. This is like the preview of what to expect from the form. So this is done from screens. I put it back into auto. Validate has the same effect like the validation over here in the workflow level, but this time it is checking the form specifically to discover errors and issues. Very recommended to run it before you get out of the form. Process Lab, this is the same button that we have in the workflow level. We can run the workflow from here to check our work. Data model and lookup tables are all related to the data behind this form. Okay, so remember when we created the form, we decided that we will first create the view of the form. The Cora sequence automatically associates this form with a table. If I click on data model, I get the default view table and the unique user activity. This is UACT, UACT, user activity, with this long list of characters. Currently, this table is empty. Nothing is binded to this table. Okay, so what I will say, I will go to it later on. We will take it according to the structure. Okay, so in the data model, we define the data sources for this activity. In this case, a form. There are other possible data sources for the form or for our activity. I could be taking or using a lookup table in my form. I could be pointing to a stored procedure where the outcome of that stored procedure execution will bring me the items I need or the options I need for my form. I can connect myself to an external file, which will be the source of my table, and copy information from external sources to my workflow itself. This is very useful when we need to manipulate customers' data, but we don't want to touch the actual data from the customer. So we copy the information from the customer, and then once it's inside the Cora sequence database, then we're not harming or changing anything live. We're just doing the changes offline, and then when we are okay with the changes, we return it back to the customer. So there are several options here. Okay, again, if I click on sequence help, that will open my Cora sequence specific article for data models, explaining what is each and every source. There are related articles here. Everywhere you can see this icon. This means that this is an article with a video, so you can watch the videos and increase your knowledge. Okay, so we will be getting back to the data model, of course. Lookup tables data. If we have any lookup tables attached to this form as a data source, then we can control the content of those tables. We have here in gray currently another button called Insert Snippets. Okay, this is related to working with the source. Okay, so you see when I'm in source mode, I have the insert snippets open, and depending on where I'm located in the code itself, if it is inside anywhere inside the HTML part, then I will get example codes or sample codes that will quickly allow me to add attributes or add elements to my form. For example, code snippets for section table, or let's make sure we're not. Let's put it here in line 5, just as an example. Okay, so this is a snippet which was added. So this added a header and a table, I think. What did it add? Yeah, it added a table to our form. Of course, you need to give it a title and a description. But if I check the design, this one, title and description. It added it over here upstairs. You see, this is the header. Okay, so if we needed to add anything here, these are the shortcuts for that. But let me reload the page without the add-ons. So that was insert snippets. If I place it under the first line, which is the control line. No, I need to have. So once we get to the stage where we add our own code to the form, then we will see other very interesting and useful options with insert snippets. Let me return to the design. Last thing that we have here is the various views of a form. So a form could have more than one view. Of course, this is a newly created form, so it doesn't have any other views. But for example, in our story, this is a live form where the IT operator fills out the content. The technical manager also needs to view the content of the form, but it doesn't need to add anything or change anything. So I would like to prepare for the technical manager a read-only view of the original form. So this is where I will be doing it. I will create a new view. You will see later on the options there. One of them is to create a read-only view of the entire form of a specific section and so on. And then I can use that view as a source for other activities in the workflow. Okay, so I'm going over all the options we have here, and we will start using them one by one. So before we fine-tune the form to our needs, any questions so far? Are you still there or did you pass out?
We are
No
here.
No
question.
questions.
Okay, cool. I thought I lost you for a second. Okay, I was talking to myself. Okay, so let's start building the form. So this is a service request. So we need to have some basic details inside. First of all, let's put some meaningful description here. So instead of the form description, which reads form description, I'll put something that will help the user when he comes to fill out the form. Okay, something like this is where you capture the service request details. Okay, once I add it here in the text property on the right, it will appear over here. This is where you capture the service request details, and this is what the actual user will see when he opens the form from the portal. Okay, so the user doesn't see all of these under the hood activities. He sees a clean and neat form. So it needs to be, he needs to know what he's doing here. Next, we will use, okay, so we talked about the rows here, okay, how to reach the row and so on. So let's start with the labels here. Okay, so instead of the word label, I want it to be a meaningful label. So this will be the place where we capture the name of the requester. So instead of the text, I'm highlighting the label. I have the properties of the label, and in the text attribute, I will change it to name. And more important, you see, once I clicked, I went out of the configuration area, it changed the label. And more importantly, I want to change the ID to a meaningful ID with specific abbreviations. Okay, so let me just bring that up. Just stop sharing for a second. Where was that? Naming convention. Yeah, this is what I wanted. And I will also send it to you by email, of course, but for now, let's take the form objects. Okay, Control C that. Let's see if it works. And I go over here to the chat and I plant it in the chat. Okay, a little bit messed up, but I hope you will manage. Let's resume the sharing. And we are here. So the name, the text of this label is name, and the ID will be simply TXT, which is short for text and name. Okay, so make that change. Just put this screen back up.
Gil, I think it should be LBL name. It's because of label.
It's an
not
LBL
text
name.
block.
Yes, sorry, you're right. Yeah, that will be label, not the actual text box. So this will be LBL. Thank you for that. And I have it updated. I will save my changes. Clicking on the save button. You will notice that with any change you make to the form, you have an asterisk next to the name. That is a reminder to click on save. Now, in the source, I didn't make any changes, but this is the only change I made here, okay, for this label, okay, which is in SQ8 Cora sequence version 8 entity. I have a name here and I have the ID. It is best practice to keep these name abbreviations, because later on when we have a bigger form with many IDs and I want to search for a certain entity, then I simply, Control F and I click select LBL, it will highlight all the labels in the form. So better to work like that and start doing that from the beginning. Okay, let's finish on the next label will be for capturing the email, simply as that. Not email, and I will take this name and put it in ID LBL email. There's no spacing between the inside the IDs, okay, so make sure you do that. And the last one will be the date, and this label will be LBL. Okay, so far so good. This is just the look. Okay, let me know that I can continue from here. And you have the same appearance as me.
Yes, sir.
The same form appearance. Okay, so it begins to take the structure of a form where we can capture details. I want to add 2 more rows to this body of the form. How do I do that? I can go to the source and start copying these parts and planting them where I want, or I can be a little bit more user-friendly, and I want to have 2 more rows under this row of date. So I selected an entity inside the row. Okay, this is a label. I mark the row entity. You see now the row is highlighted, and I have options here which are relevant for, these are tasks for the rows. Okay, so I can play with the rows here, move them up or down, or I can simply add rows. So I will select add row below. And since I need another row, I will simply click on that as well. So now I have, if I go out a little bit, now I have the 3 existing rows with name, email, and date. And I have 2 new rows over here. I like what I have, so I will save this option and I will ask you if you have it as well. If we're all good, then let's start adding stuff on our own, okay? Because up to now we use the default labels that came with the template. So I want to add a label to each row. So the procedure is as follows. I select and highlight the relevant row, and then I go to the editors options here, which gives me the list of all the controls I can add to the form, and I locate the label one. Okay, so I've added a label here to row number 4. I will do the same thing to row number 5. Stand inside the row and add a label. Now, once you have it, let me know. Can I proceed?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Was that a yes or a no? I didn't get it.
Yes, please.
Okay. So the 4th label will be replaced with a better syntax. This will be service requested. I will copy this name, this text, and I will put it in the ID. That will be LBL service requested with no space in between. And for that, I will change this R so it is understandable inside the source. And the last label for now will be a high priority. Control C that, Control V here, and add LBL. Okay. This is the, now it begins to look like a valid form with all the important details I need to capture in order to initiate the flow. Okay, and but I need some controls here, right? So for the name here, I have a text box where I can type the name. I have a text box here to fill out the email. I need controls for the date, service requested, and high priority. So let's add the date control. How do I do that? I again place the cursor inside the relevant row. In this case, under the label date, not next to it, but under the label date. So the control will appear under the label. And I will take the date picker, this control. Okay, you see it here in the list, and I will place it over here. You see it differs from the other text box with this icon of a calendar, and it is identified as a date picker, calling by default date picker 1. This is the first one we've added. The service requested, yeah.
Can you explain again date picker? How to put date picker inside?
Yeah, you place the cursor inside the row that you want. Let me remove this one. Okay, so I'm back here, placing the cursor under the date label, and then from the list, which is coming from the editors section, locate and click on date picker, and it is added to the form. Ready to be populated. Got it? Can I proceed?
Yeah.
Okay. Service requested, I can use a text box, but it might be a long detail here. So I will put a text area. Where is the text area? It's in different control. There you are, text area. Okay, again, place the cursor under the label that you want, inside the row that you want, and select the proper control. Let's make it a little bit bigger so I can put more text if I need to. And for the high priority, standing in the row of high priority, placing the cursor under the high priority label, and putting in a checkbox control, this one. Okay, so this is the current look of the form. Let me save it. Okay, so I'm going to stop here and ask to confirm that you have the same view as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so you have a label and a control underneath, a label and a control underneath.
Right.
Like I have an extra label. It's not, I'm unable to delete it. How to delete that?
Let me stop sharing and let's see your screen.
Yeah, wait. This one.
Okay, name, email, date. You see, you place the service requested and the date in the same row, which is fine. I mean, the form will live with that. So what you can do, you can either delete that label,
Delete that.
you can delete the last label there, simply delete it, you know, click the delete button and remove it from the row.
It's not deleting.
No, the delete button on the on your laptop.
I'm clicking on it, but it's
Okay, if you click on if you click on another entity and then go back to the label. No, inside your form, yeah. Okay, so this is the date. Now click on the label and delete it.
it's not.
Now that's strange.
Maybe you can use a FN function through the delete button, or maybe your delete button is.
Maybe the back not the backspace, the
Reduce the size and
right click will not do it.
Yeah, I'm right clicking it, but it's not working.
Okay, let's go to the source. Click on the source tab. Yeah, locate this one. Scroll down a little bit. Let's find it. You see, this is line 40.
Yeah.
Remove line 40. Click. Select everything inside and then delete. Okay, save it. Yeah, and now let's go back to the design. What do we have here? We have an empty row. Yeah. So now you can do you can do several things here. Either drag the label service requested and put it inside that row. Simply drag it. I think you can drag it. Yeah. Even one row lower, because you're now in the row of the checkbox. Okay. And yeah, drag the label. Okay, and simply, I think you can play with the, or that will be easier from the source. Some things are easier from the source. So go to the source now, click on save. So we have the changes there. Let's see what do we have here. Scroll down a little bit to lines 40 something. Okay, you see that line 38 is the
Exterior.
Yeah, so you simply swap between them. Put line 38, put line 39 in the location of line 38. Yep. Control X that. Yeah. Click enter, yeah. Paste it here, save it. Let's see how does it look like right now.
Yeah.
Okay, now you see that the service requested is beneath the high priority. So
Yeah.
how do we fix that? Click on either of these rows. Okay, and make sure that you see, click on an entity inside here. On the bottom banner, click on row. At the bottom of the screen, you have options, column, row, body. Click on row. And you have the small arrow on the right.
Yeah.
And simply move it down. Yeah, select move down. Boom. Now you have your form organized like everyone else. So anything you want to do, the source will be the, you know, if no other options, go to the source.
Okay.
Now it's easy when you have to move a label or so, but you can also move entire sections. You can also configure everything from the source, depending on how much you feel confident inside, honestly. Anyone else with any issues? Okay, so the last thing I want to do here is on the view itself, before I move to the data model, is give these controls proper names. Okay, so this will be the text box for name. So I'm going to call it txt name. This will be, you can figure it out, txt email. This is a date picker, so I'm going to leave this abbreviation, and this will be a DTP with the name date, so date picker and the name date. This will be a text area, so I'll call it txta service. Let's leave it as service, and this is a checkbox. So I'll call it CHKI priority. Okay, and I will save. I will save my changes and ask you the same question. Did you name your controls properly? And if so, have you saved your work? Can I proceed?
Yes, yes.
Okay. One last thing. Well, not last thing, but this the checkbox comes with a default text called checkbox, okay, which appears on the form. I can change it to anything I like here. I can remove it completely because the name of the label above it really speaks for itself. So I'm simply going to remove the text from the property of the checkbox. Let's save it so we won't forget. And now it's time to talk about where do we store the input of this form. So let me know that I can proceed.
Yes, Gil.
Okay, so if you remember in the data model, we currently have a default view table. Okay, and when I highlight it and select edit, I get the table properties. Okay, I'm looking at the current workflow. Okay, this is the only table I have in my workflow right now. I can search for tables externally, or I can create a new table from here. I have the this is the selected table. This is what appears in the database, this string of numbers and letters. This is the name which appears in the data model. And this is the current key which opens this table. Okay, and I'll explain that right now. So I will click on next here and see what we have in the table. Currently, we don't have anything related to the fields of our form because we haven't binded the fields from the view to the data model. What we do have is the default template of IDs or keys that comes with each and every Cora sequence table. Okay, so we have one of them is the FLD I activity ID, this one. Okay, this funny combination of letters stands for FLD, field, I for instance, ACT for activity, and ID for identification, of course. So we have here the field instance activity identification. We also have field instance workflow identification. We also have field identification. We also have field AI, I think, action item, if I remember correctly. Not such in use so many. Let me confirm that. Yeah. Okay. AI is for action item. And the last one is the field master instance workflow ID. All of these buzzwords currently are not saying so much, but if I translate it to the behavior of this table, it means that this table is basically locked to this activity, which means that if any other activity will try to access this table, it will need to identify with this key, with the activity instance ID. And since every activity, I'm going to close it for a second, any activity, where was I? Come on, you just show it to me.
Gil, this form is activity, right?
This what?
Means this form is an activity, or
the form is the activity, and since each activity has its own unique ID, okay, this is the activity ID of our form. It basically means that no one else in the workflow can access this table. So anything I write here, or let's say only input from this activity will populate this table. If I wanted to be open in a wider range, for example, if I want other activities in my workflow to also have access to this table, maybe to write and make changes to the same table, I need to have a more generic key. Okay, so the upper level above activity, which every activity basically has here in the same workflow, is the workflow ID. Okay, this ID is common for any activity in the workflow. So if I will open this table, or I will allow access to this table to entities which holds the workflow ID, then I basically open it to a bigger crowd. Okay, the example I gave about having the technical manager see the same information as the IT operator, which basically means that this activity of approving the service request should see information coming from this activity. One of the prerequisites will be to open the table of the service request form to the general public, which means to open it and identify it with the workflow, on the workflow level and not the activity level. Okay, so it's important to grasp this concept. These are basically these are the fields which we play with most of the time. By default, a table associated with the activity will be identified with the activity ID. If it needs to be used by any other any other activity, then it will need to carry or to let's say to publish to the outside activities that it can be accessed using the workflow ID.
So Gil,
Yeah.
One question. For other activity, these IDs are same or different for other activity?
What do you mean our activity?
These are the columns, na? FLD ID, FLD, WF ID.
Uh-huh.
If we have one other activity, so both activity have the same key or different?
No, each activity has its own unique activity ID, but all of them share the same workflow ID.
Workflow ID.
So if I'm publishing that I'm open to anyone who gives me the key of workflow ID, and I'm another activity in the workflow, I have it. I mean, I'm identified with workflow ID, not only with the activity ID. So I will be able to use this table.
Okay.
Now, if I have a group of workflows together, all of them sharing a master workflow ID, which is another level, then I will be able to do the same thing between workflows.
Okay.
So that's another level. Okay, so we start with the default activity ID, and then we go up to workflow ID, and then we go up to master workflow ID.
Okay.
Most of the time, it will be between activity and workflow. These are the two levels. So we will see examples of that. Okay, so if I go, let's see what we currently have here. So now it's time to go where no man has gone before. So I'm going to copy the name of the table, and I'm going to confirm that you can see the database of our server. Okay, so this is where this server Cora Lab 02 is hosted on Microsoft Azure. I'm looking for the database of our server Cora Lab 02, and I will go into tables here. So these are all the tables. These are the DBO database object tables of our Cora sequence installation. I will go to tables and I will filter according to the name, and I will click OK, and here is the table. This is the unique table that has been opened for my form. And of course, currently there's nothing in it, but it will show me the structure. Okay, so we have the 5 possible keys, and currently no field is connected to the table. Okay, so it is ready as a resource, and it's time for us to populate it. Okay, so I'm going to keep that open, and I'm going to return here to my form. And where are we about with time? Now it's 5 p.m. your time?
Yes, it's 5.
Okay, so let's take a break here and resume at, now it's 5 and 3 minutes. Let's resume at 5:15.
Okay.
And I would like to bind all of these controls to the data model and run it and see that we can properly write in the form, and what we write actually is written to the database. That will be the end for today. Okay, so let's resume at 5:15 your time.
Okay.
Okay. Resume the recording and put the workflow back. Okay, can we proceed to the next step?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so
Yes, please.
remember we have the table empty and we need to populate it or bind. So we'll take the first control, which is the text box for the name. I'm highlighting the first control. I have the small arrow on the right. And I don't have too many options here for a text box. It's quite straightforward, but it asks me, what is the data field, or to which data field is this control associated to, or where is it binded to? So currently it's not binded to anything. If I click on the drop-down arrow, I will get the default fields of my table, the field IDs. I don't want to bind what I write in this text box to one of these fields, so I'm clicking on new field. And by clicking on new field, it takes me to the data fields of my table. Okay, and it inserted the name or the ID of this control, which is txt name, and the type, which is text string. The only thing I want to do here is simply remove the abbreviations to keep it nice and clean here inside the data model. So this is what I need to end with. Okay, so the name of the field is name and the type is string. It doesn't have any default values here, you see, currently, because I'm going to populate it with values when I fill out the form. Okay, I move out of the control to make sure that it captures the configuration and click on OK. Let it spin. And now you see that the name control is binded to a data field in my table, which is called name. Now, I'm quite sure that if I execute this, not yet. If I refresh it, maybe I didn't save it. No, I didn't save it. Okay, so if I save it like this, and the name control is binded to the name over here.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gil. How can I validate the field is properly connected with the database or not?
Well, first of all, you see that now I have another field here called name. It appears here on the table. I can assure you that if you've done the same steps, it will be the same. From the form itself, you can make sure that you have a proper binding over here in the text box tasks.
Okay.
Another place, of course, in the data model itself, in the table itself, we will have a new field here called name. So with the same logic, I will go and bind all the other controls. So for the email control, I will select the drop-down list. Now you see there's a new entry here, the previous one, name. I will click on new field, amend the email name. It is also a text, and click OK. And for the date picker, I will do the same. Click on new field, remove the DTP, leave it as date of type date. Okay, TXT area as well. We don't want the situation.
TXT there or our DTP there?
What do I need? What?
Why did you remove the DTP here? in the text field.
Because I don't want these abbreviations appear over here.
Okay, okay.
That's the only thing. I can leave it. It's plain. It's only text, but depends on how you like to work.
Okay, okay.
Service request text area will also get his fair share of field. I will leave it as service. This is a multi-line text, okay, because it came from a text area. And the selection of the checkbox is also a relevant information that needs to be captured. So I'm going to bind the checkbox to a new field, which will be called high priority, and it is of type true false. Now, if I now need to add another a text box, for example, to this field, I can still repeat the same process of adding it to the form and then binding it to a new field. Or alternatively, I can already go over here, add a new field, give it the proper name and type. And once I'm in the view mode, I can already bind it to a ready-made field. In any case, this is a game of controls on the form itself and fields on the data table on the other side. So I think I connected all 5 of them. Let's reload, and I didn't want to reload, I wanted to save. Let's make sure I didn't wipe anything here. Yeah, high priority, service, date, and email. Name was from the beginning. Okay, and now I want to do that. What's the F5? I want to change it. Okay, so. Okay, and there you have it. My table has been populated with the new fields which I have created. Of course, it is empty because I haven't executed a single instance of this workflow, so nothing is going to be, it's empty here, but this is the next step that we want to take.
How to open this window?
This, which one?
That one. SQL.
No, you can't. This is only for us as the trainers to access.
Okay, okay.
And that reminds me of the 2 rules that the head of support told me a few months ago. There are 2 rules with accessing the SQL server. The first rule is never touch the SQL server, and the second rule is never touch the SQL server. So we're keeping that and trying to interfere as much as possible with the SQL server, simply because I personally don't have enough knowledge to move around there and create new tables and so on. But it is important to show you what is happening behind the scenes. So when you launch a workflow and you fill out the form and you submit it, you pass it, you move it along, where is it written in the database? And of course, for support purposes, it is also one of the places to go and see what was actually written in the machine. But we have other places to look for, so don't worry.
Sorry, Gil,
yeah.
Is there any temporary database or we can use for the practices like store procedures or how to call and all? Because
no, for the training, you don't have access unless you have there in your, unless you have in your premises there with the PS team. If you have your local servers, then yes. But for the training purposes, it's only the URLs that you can have access to.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Okay, so I will ask you if you have the same configuration as well.
Yeah.
Because if you do, then we will do a few more steps here. We will first of all validate the form, make sure there's no errors here. And if I'm okay with that, then I can validate my workflow. Okay, now notice the difference. When I run the validation here in the form, it checks the premises that the borders here are what I've configured in the form, of course. When I validate it on the entire workflow, the borders are wider, and it gives me the warning that no permissions are defined for this workflow. So this is the last step I need to do before I can run this workflow. I go to set permissions and I decide who can run this workflow and to what level. Okay, so remember we had the 5 out of the box roles, starting from viewer and climbing all the way up the food chain to super admin. I would keep it in admin. Okay, so I'm going to allow the role of admin to everyone. Okay, which means that everyone who has access to the flow time site, this site will have an option to execute my workflow. Alternatively, I can decide that specific users or groups, which I've created for, only they can run the workflow. So for example, here, you see from the users tab, I select individual users, and only they can run the workflow. So I'm being open here, and I will assign everyone with the role of administrator and click on close. Of course, validating now might generate other errors, but currently I don't have any other errors or warning or information. There are 3 levels. And if I refresh flow time, and I search here for 22, okay, so I know that at least these 3 workflows have permissions on them, some kind of permission, because I am allowed to execute them, including myself. Okay, and here you see the name, or this is the alias that we gave the workflow, and this is the description, again, which was free text. So what do we have here currently? We have a form with 5 controls inside. Each of these controls, each one of these controls is binded to a field in the forms data model, into the forms table in the data model. We have permissions to run the workflow, and we have a validation-free workflow. This is what you need to end up currently. Let me know if you have that.
Done from my end.
Okay, so now I basically have a workflow. Okay, so I can run it in 2 locations. Let's run it. Let's finish the.
Excuse
yeah.
me, Gil.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm completing it, but my workflow is not reflecting in the process flow.
Which workflow is yours?
Ratnadeep.
Let's see. Start 22. I have 4 workflows which are published to the flow time.
Yes.
Alavi has it, Prashat, and Vijayendra.
Yes.
Okay, so there's 2 ways of doing that. Let me Which workflow is it?
Ratnadeep.
This one. Okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
let's do it in front of everyone. We don't care, right? Let me take control like this. With your permission, of course. If you don't give me permission, you'll have to share the screen. What do you say?
No. Sure.
Okay.
Please.
Okay, so I'm going. No way back here. Okay, so let me check it out to me. And let's see. Validation is working. Permissions is administrator. Okay. In my portal. What's the name? Okay, 22 November as well. Okay, you see, didn't find anyone with this name. Okay, so let's check it. This one. (22 November). Okay, so let's see. 22 no. No, not doesn't appear here. Okay. Okay, let's see what you have here. Okay, people, you can tell me what's going on.
It's connected directly from start container.
Yeah, start container to end container.
Which means what?
Service request skipped.
Nothing
There is no
to,
service request details.
there's nothing for the end user to do here. So this workflow doesn't have anything, end user doesn't have to do here anything. So I will, let's try this option. I can click on this. You see these, I'm standing on the link, clicking on this triangle here. Let's see if I can use it. Yeah, popped it over here. And then from here, I can take a little bit. You need to make sure you hover over the, yeah, if the square is green, then you can take it and connect it. Now, it might be strange to say, look, I validated the workflow and it didn't shout anything, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but because it could be that the user who created this workflow, his meaning was to go from start to end. There's no wrong thing here. It's not an error.
Mhm.
But now, if I see more stuff here. So here's your workflow.
Okay.
So I think the other people will now say that you are working with me and you planned it, so we can troubleshoot it together.
Yes.
Okay, so we didn't. This is actually good stuff. Okay, so you learn from that. So lesson 1, make sure that your links are connected to the proper activities. I'm going to, no, I don't need that. I will go here and I will free myself out of this workflow. And it is up for grabs for anyone. Okay, so let me close this one and let me focus on my workflow. I will first finish the view of a developer, and then we'll see what does the end user see. So I'm going to run it from the admin side from Process Lab. Process Lab will do, or Flow Time and Process Lab will generate the same results in terms of the flow, but in terms of what the users see, it's completely different, because the Process Lab will show all the admin side, okay, all the bits and pieces of the workflow. I have 3 options here. I can either start a new instance. I can either connect to the last instance if that instance was already running and didn't complete, if the instance went until the end and the workflow completed, then I cannot return to it. I can view what was going on there, but I cannot change it. Or I can connect to an existing instance based on the instance ID. So I will run it for the first time. Okay, I immediately get some information. Okay, this is the process number. This is the unique process ID. Okay, this is the workflow instance ID. When it was created, by whom, hasn't been completed yet, of course. Workflow name. And if I had any variables in the workflow, it will show me their content. And the workflow is expecting here a human activity. Okay, but until now, I visited the following places. I went to the start of the workflow. I went inside the container 1, this one. Okay, and I've passed this activity of start container 1, and I'm now waiting and parking in the service request details form. So I can either double click on this activity, or I can highlight this activity. And by the way, you see that the same way that we behave on the canvas, I get different properties when I stand on an activity, or if I stand outside on the workflow, for example. So I focus on the activity and I click on output. And this is how my form looks like. Okay, this is what the user will see. I will put some information here. Okay, so this is Gil and a certain email and today's date, for example, which is where are we? 22nd, a new laptop. And I can mark this as high priority, and I will click submit. Before I click submit, we also have the save button. So save means I will write the content of the fields to my database, and submit means I will write them to the database and I will progress with the workflow. I will click submit. I get current workflow successfully completed because I don't have any other components here in my workflow. Okay, if I click on the end, okay, this is the complete vision of the workflow. And if I go over here and refresh. Okay, so this is my entry. Okay, the name, email, date, high priority 0 or 1, of course, true or false. And this is what I got here. So FLD ID is the counter of the entries. Workflow ID 7100. Remember, this is the process ID. This is the workflow ID. Currently, there's no other level, so he's putting it also in the master workflow ID. And the activity ID got this number to 220. And if I stand over here, if I stand on one, okay, so this is the form activity with the activity ID 662020. So I've written my information to the database. So this is the result that you should see also from running it from the process lab.
Gil, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Gil, actually, there is a process ID. So can I execute through the workflow ID?
Can you execute through the workflow ID? What do you mean? What do you want to do?
means activity ID, where whenever I create activity ID, like it's a unique ID where inside that page, let me check.
You mean the process lab? If you want to run it from process lab?
Yes. I
Yeah,
want to.
sure. If you go here,
Mhm.
going back here, this is a live process. The minute I started it, it is alive. So I can go here to process lab and type 7100.
Okay.
And
So
it will take me here. If you had a different process number, like 70, let's
exactly.
see.
Exactly. But there, when you execute the okay, so when you execute very fast, then you get the this 7100 ID process ID. Can we get just before any? Is there any location? So can I find this ID before execution? So
Well,
I can.
If you didn't execute it, it will not exist. This number.
Okay. Means it's executed on the only when you execute your application, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay, so this is, for example, this is the Fabali's workflow, which completed all the way to the end. Okay, so where was I? Okay, so I ran the workflow in Process Lab.
Is there any?
Yeah.
How can I check my data is insert or not?
Okay, so let's do like this. Well, what is your process number?
7103.
Good one. 7103. Okay, so I'm as an admin checking this workflow. Seems to be completed till the end. And if you really want to check what has been written without accessing the database, then I will go over here. And this is the first thing we will use in the process lab. It's called the Quick Watch. And the Quick Watch allows us to see whatever happened in the workflow down to the last control. So currently I'm looking at the workflow level. I want to be a little bit more specific, right? I don't want to see all the metadata that has been written with the workflow. So I will use these the three dots button here on the right.
Mhm.
And I will focus on a specific activity. Okay, you wrote it in the service request details, right?
Yeah.
So I will look at the content of the service request details. I have this is the table. Okay, inside the table, you have all the fields. So I can pick the table. I double-clicked on the entity, it's written it down here. This is the name of the activity, and this is the name of the table. Since I selected something from the field menu, I'm pretty sure that the syntax is correct. If you are going to write here an expression inside, then go ahead and validate the expression. Okay, once you have the expression properly located, click on OK and click on Evaluate. Now, let's see the result. Sorry, this is count 0. And here you have everything that has been written from this instance, okay? From workflow 7103, you wrote your name, you got your email, you wrote testing, and I know that you checked the checkbox.
Yeah.
Okay, so Process Lab Quick Watch will show us everything we want to, everything that was written in the process of the workflow execution. So if it is here, I mean, where does this information coming from? Process Lab went from the
database.
Exactly. So there's no other location here. I mean, I didn't
Yeah.
write it on a note. So it went to the database and retrieved whatever information was relevant for this instance. And this is how you know
Hello.
that you wrote it. Okay?
Okay.
So we're talking about the process lab instance, quick watch, fine tune the search. I mean, I can leave it as workflow and click on evaluate. And I will just need to, to find it inside here because this is on the workflow level. I think here. No, not even here. Extensions. You see, I don't like being here and starting to look for it. Okay, so I simply went to the actual activity, which I think is problematic. I can even put the whole activity over here. Do an evaluate. I get the metadata of the activity. And I have the data inside, I think, from default view. There you have it. Okay, so everything is inside. You just need to dig out, to dig it, do some digging. Otherwise, be more specific with the search, and you will immediately get it in front of you. So this is a very important tool, the Quick Watch. I can also reach another important tool from here, which is the event viewer. Okay, if any of our workflows had an issue, nothing that I see right now. No, I don't think it's related to any of our work because none of our workflow instance numbers appears over here, and we didn't have an error.
So Gil, can you filter out?
Completely log error log or for the specific process?
Sorry?
When I click on the event viewer, it's showing for the specific process issue log or for the completely?
No, the event viewer will give us a look on the entire system.
Okay.
So if you want to have,
Gil, can we
Yeah?
filter out? Can you filter out our instance from the event viewer?
If you want to print it, I don't think you can
No,
print
can
it
we
from
filter
here.
out, means can we search our instance from this whole summary?
Yeah. If I simply, Control F and you, it's usually work. You usually go here when you run a workflow instance and you get stuck. So by then, you have the workflow instance number. So you simply put it here and you get the fine tune of focusing on your specific event. Otherwise, you see, it's a very long list. So you need to know what you're looking for. But again, usually I will come here if I had the problem running a certain workflow, which means that I've already run it, or at least it started and I know the process number. If I know this, I can go to the event viewer and search for this process number. Okay, so that's the view of the developer. Let's see what I don't need here. This one. Okay. If I run the same workflow from here, from the flow time, I click on start. Okay, you see, I get it's not as detailed as the process lab. It shouldn't be. I mean, the user here needs to fill out the form. It doesn't need to be troubled with the containers and where did it start and where am I exactly in the workflow. I'm filling out information. Let's put a different date. New screen. I'm not going to mark it as high priority. Clicking on submit. Current workflow is successfully completed. Okay, you see it opened in a new tab. I can close this one, confirm it in my, okay, this is my database with the new activity ID and workflow. You see, I didn't select high priority, so I'm not, no one written it for me. This is my work. And we're going to dive into these options later on, but if you want to see the history of your workflows or the processes which you have started, I simply click here, processes I started. I will sort it by ID. Okay, I don't see 71,000 here. Why? If you remember, I completed the workflow. So it's not an open workflow. I should see it over here under completed. And there I have it. Both this is the workflow that I ran from flow time, and this is the workflow I ran from process lab. These are the same. It doesn't matter if you run it from these locations, from either of these locations, they were written to the database. So I'm reading it from the database. Okay, so this was processes I started, open workflows, completed workflows. I can remove columns here if I don't want to see their information. I can sort my list according to any one of these columns. I can filter the list. So this is quite a straightforward way of looking at your work and understanding what is open on my table right now. Okay, just for an example, if I click on this one, this process 6168, which came from a workflow called service request on 29th of December. Wow, long time ago. Okay, this is something which has been left open from a previous process. We have here some additional stuff which we will learn how to create, but we're just touching the tip of the iceberg here in terms of what we can do as end users. Okay, so don't worry, we will run plenty of workflows and see what is going on over here. Okay. Anything else so far, or something? Did everyone able to launch his workflow?
Yes.
And by the way, we can also check that from here. Okay, so under processes, I have active processes, and this will give me a look on the entire array of workflows in the system. I can search for a specific workflow here, and I can see, for example, what has been created from this workflow, and I see one workflow which has been completed. I can also view the process wall from here, so I can take a look at what the history of the workflow. Okay, not so much to do here, but you see what was happening inside, opened at this time, and updated and created on this time. That you can print it, of course, for future use or for checking out history and so on. So that is that. So to recap, if there are there any questions, open issues? Okay, so if everyone was successful in that, let me just confirm quickly So I should be seeing 6 workflows, 7 including myself. So who is not available here?
Gil, for me, it's actually, it was deleted actually. The end button is deleted.
Deleted by what?
End icon is deleted. Like from start to end, end was deleted. Like how can I replace that one?
Okay, so which one is it?
Jagdish, yeah, second one.
This one.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so you have an existing entity here.
The icon
you-
was deleted actually.
You're starting from scratch.
No, it was actually I completed, but it was again removed from here.
By how? By clicking here, delete workflow or what?
Yeah, yeah. By clicking some like icons, it was deleted.
Okay. So now you have a little bit of homework, I guess. Let's see. This is the only. Did you create a new one? Or let's see if you kept. Let's see. Let's search. What do we have inside the database here, Jaga? Okay, so there's only one workflow around, and we are looking at it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you need to recreate it. Or we can give you a copy of one of our existing workflows. And on the way, learn how to do it. Let's see. So I'm going to close this. And I'm going to open it again. Okay, so now what I want to do, I'm right-clicking. Again, I'm going to do it quickly, but we will have a dedicated exercise for that. So I'm clicked on my workflow space, and I'm going to manage versions for the active workflow. Let's do like this, create a copy of this workflow. Yeah, let's do like that. Create a copy of this workflow and save it with a new name. This is exactly what I want to do. So that will be service request EESH, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So we will remember this is a copy. And I'm going to create it. Okay. This is open. And I will open the workflow. Okay, so you see, I gave it a name. I just need to make sure that the alias is the same. So I'm going to copy the name because the alias remains the same. It didn't change the alias as well. So I want to change it as well. You can keep the description. Now, if I close this and I will close it here and I will search again. Oh, I wrote like this. Okay. Okay, you see you have, this is your original workflow created by you. This is mine. Now it's yours. But you will need to, first of all, I'm going to put it, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to add the workflow. There it is, 1, I'm going to apply. Okay, now it is inside our neighborhood. I think I'm going to take this one out so you won't get confused. Okay? So this one, again, when I click on delete, it's going to delete it from the category, not from the database. So it's still going to be there. But now when you come to open this one, it is still under me. Okay, so I'm controlling it, so I'm going to free it. And now when you enter it, you can check it out to yourself and you have a brand new working workflow. Okay? Cool. Okay, so I think we are, yeah, let's summarize for today. So we got introduced to the Cora sequence. Yeah? Anything else?
I'm unable to see my output, although I filled all the details, but unable to see the output.
The output where?
Like on quick watch.
What's the process number?
7101.
7101. Okay. Well, it finished till the end. And it was, this is your workflow. Okay. And if I go to quick watch, I remove the WF and I focus on the table or what was written to the table, evaluate. Aha. Okay, one thing was written. The name, email, date, service, and high priority is not being saved. Okay, let's check it out. I need to go over here. That's mine. Okay, fundamentals. With your permission, I'm going to take control. Let's see, service requests, details. Okay, let's take everything. Okay. Now, first of all, since we have let's see a few shortcuts here. I'm standing on the form. On the properties on the right, I have the data model. So I can immediately go to the data model and confirm that I have the fields over here. Inside the form itself, you see it's not related to any field. Okay, so the name activity is connected to a field, but the email is not, and I guess that the other ones are not as well. So how do we do that? We want to bind.
I have done that. I don't know.
Maybe you didn't save it after you
Yeah, that's
outside.
right.
Okay, so email goes here because the fields do exist. So I believe you've done it the way I've done it, but this is service and this is high priority, and now
I didn't save that, so yeah.
save it. Now it's a good thing that you encounter these smaller pitfalls at the beginning, so you know what to expect later on. Now, if I run it in Process Lab, again, you didn't see any error here because, or maybe you should have. I don't remember if you validated it. Let's see. testing binding. Okay, and put in high priority, submit. Okay, I believe it did write it. We can evaluate it immediately. And there you have it. Okay, so this is the latest one. Okay, so the issue was the disappearing binding.
Thank you.
Okay, now I just need to remember to, where was it? Yeah, I'm going to get out of here. And we're out. Okay, so this is mine, this is mine, and this is mine. So after an introduction to the Cora sequence main components and talking a little bit about the roles of how to access the system, we went and created our own workflows and added some graphical swim lanes and containers and added a form from the form view. After we were satisfied with the view of the form, we binded it to relevant fields in the form's data model or the data source. And then we gave it permission. And then we ran it and checked the validity from Process Lab and from the flow time as well, which I think is quite a lot. So if there aren't any questions or comments from your side, I think we can call it a day, a long day.
Hey Gil.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm not able to see the workflow means in the left menu. Left side when we check the process, okay, whole process. So let me share my screen.
Okay. I've stopped sharing.
Okay, this is the process ID.
Okay.
Yeah. So here I'm not able to see the flow.
Yeah, because you see, this is a finished workflow. You see the activity properties, you see the permission you have there? No. And the same, yeah, on the top left side, under the process number, top left. Yeah, it was created. Yeah, open that. You see, you're in read only because this workflow has been written to the database. So you can only see what has been written in.
Okay.
Because you click submit.
Yes, I have only submit.
If you click submit, then it proceeded with the workflow. And since after the form you don't have any other activity, it ended. Okay. And an ending, a completed workflow is a read-only workflow.
Okay. Due to the read-only,
if you clicked, if you clicked only on the save, then first of all, it won't be in the completed list. It will be in the open list. But then you will be able to go there and make a change if needed, like changing the request or maybe putting it back to high priority or something like that. Make any changes you want. But if you click on submit, it moves forward.
Okay, so the process ends and we're not able to see that, right?
Correct. But if you would have opened it again, if the workflow completed, even in Process Lab, you can't go back. You can view what was written, but if it's
only in open mode, I can check.
Only open ones can be edited. Let's call it. But again, I don't think it's best practice for real life. I mean, if you filled out the form and there's something to change, I think there will be like a pop-up. You know, you're about to leave this process. Are you sure the information is correct or something like that?
Okay.
Okay, cool. So I will send you by email, first of all, the naming convention for the fields. I will send you this. Let me show you. Let me open it and then share my screen. Basic version 9.5. Okay, this is a mega PDF, which I will put on the main screen and share my screen like this. Okay, so this is your friend for the upcoming week. This is the training guide. All the exercises that we've done and will be doing. Okay, we are we finished this exercise. Okay, we created the form, created it, populated the data model, gave it permissions, and tested it. All the rest of the exercises are written here. And of course, everything is, you have all the screen captures from all the steps inside, so you can always repeat it later on. So I will be sending that as well. And that's it for today. Now, since I thought we had a 3-hour difference, and since we have a 3.5-hour difference, then we will start tomorrow 30 minutes earlier, which means, or is it okay? Is this time okay, or do you want to make it a little bit early? What do you say?
I think this time is okay.
Yeah, this time is okay.
Okay, so same time tomorrow, which is 8:30 my time and 12 your time.
Yeah.
And we will keep the breaks and we will stay alive. Okay, so I thank you for the first day and I will welcome to see you tomorrow.
And yeah, like
Okay, everyone, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gail.
Thank you, Gail.
Bye-bye.
hello.